It's a Friday evening. It's the Tardis Zone Talks. Welcome, everybody. Hope to find you all well. Just before we get into it, last night, obviously, I was supposed to do a movie stream. But what happened was I ended up watching Zack Snyder's Justice League in the early hours of the morning. And I just wasn't feeling it last night, especially the movie that I picked. It is a good movie, but it's a slow burner, and I just wasn't. I just wanted to just take a break and do something else. But we're back. We're recharged, and we're here. Wait, was that before Lee's intro? A revolving TARDIS in a nebula. Yeah, I've been messing around with the backgrounds. You can put new backgrounds in and stuff. So yeah, I'll put that one in. Yeah. There's 24 people watching. If you could do us a favor before we do kick off tonight, if you could give the video there and all the stream and all like there. 27 of you now. If you could give the stream and all like, please. That'd be fantastic. And if you could share it, I know some of you have already shared it, but if some of you can share it, that'll be absolutely fantastic as well. And what I'll do is I'll do a few shout outs before we get started tonight. So we have Daniel in the chat. We've got Lord Thought in the chat. We've got Disaster Area. Problem being, welcome. Alpha Omega is in the chat. Bale 11 is in the chat. We got Charlotte in the chat as well. Welcome. We got Garbage in the chat. Who else have we got? We've got Matthew in the chat as well. Welcome, Matthew. Welcome. We got Chris Persia in the chat. Welcome, Chris. Welcome. David Travels Through Time, Channel 2. Rosenthal is in the chat. Welcome. Stephen Morris is in the chat. Marty is in the chat. Nicholas Horton. Welcome. Crusader is also in the chat. Shelley is in the chat. We got Raymond O'Reilly in the chat. Welcome. Talking to us from Facebook. Brilliant. It tells you now. I think they've actually sussed it out now. Now it comes up the person's name, which is great. Fantastic. So evening everybody. So I mean, I've been looking to see if there's any relevant Doctor Who news to talk about. Obviously, there was the launch of the game, wasn't there? And Doctor Who has been trending. We've also I mean, it's been very light news on the Doctor Who front. There was so the game is called The Lonely Assassin. The Lonely Assassins, I should say. And the Radio Times has done a review of it. So apparently it comes right after the episode Blink. And it's supposed to be very good, apparently. I don't play Doctor Who games unless they're on. If they were on console, I'd play them. But I don't play Doctor Who games. But it might be an interest of some people. As I said, very slow day for Doctor Who news. I mean, there has been some crap during the week, but to me, it's not even worth highlighting because it's just the newspapers now scraping The barrel. I mean, Manip Gill, 9 hours ago, Digital Spy, did yeah, I don't think that's the term that we use, Shelley. So I'll have to remove that comment. Sorry, but moderators in the chat, could you just make sure you keep an eye on the chat? We're not living in the 1950s. So if you could, keep an eye on the chat, that would be fantastic. We don't talk like that anymore. So Manip Gill says she's open to a doctor. I've got the article here. I'm just waiting for it to load. I didn't watch the comic relief special because I've had too much going on today. Today is the anniversary of Cheryl's dog passing away. So Cheryl hasn't been in the best of form today. So I haven't had time to watch TV at all. This is the first thing that I've actually done today, is actually stream. That's because she's in the room. Just trying to, do her thing. And so I haven't watched it now. Doctor Who Manip Gill says BBC is open to the Doctor being a woman of colour one day. I don't think that is a surprise. It's a person of colour or a woman of colour. I think that's the term that's used today, and that's the term that if you're gonna say something about people of a different skin color, that's the term that you use. Okay, I'm not gonna have any people using old-fashioned phrases in the chat. You get me into trouble. So yeah, it's not pronounced that way anymore, and people know that, right? So there should be no mistakes being made. To be quite honest, I'm going to be very strict on this, right? I'm getting it from all sides. And by the way, there has been people taunting me and asking me to respond to a certain video out there. Well, here is my simple response. I'm not going to respond, for the simple fact is that the person in question has basically lifted videos where I've done source information, but hasn't actually watched the streams after the fact or actually done proper research into their video. So I'm not going to respond to people. And by the way, in the comment section, it said that you'd be afraid to show supporters this video because they'll expose them for being a fraud. Well, no. What's happened is my subscriber count has gone up again. So thanks for that. See, here's the thing. And I keep saying this to these morons. See, here's the thing, right? You can do as many hit videos and hit pieces all you want. The thing is that all of these people that follow me are here day in, day out, right? So when I put information out there, now in the early days, yes, I was saying things were fact. Everybody knows that, right? But the last couple of years, I have made it a point to say that it's all rumor and speculation. I've made that clear, right? And I've also done streams to follow up on the information that I've put out. I always do a follow-up stream to clarify certain things and to explain things to the audience, right? If you're that lazy and you want to build a house of cards, yeah, you can build your house of cards and come up with your own little hypothesis and all of this and get a mob to come after me, because even though like you think that your video is harmless, right, people have been coming to me and attacking me and taunting me because of your video, right? So basically this is what I'll say to you. If you want to jump to conclusions and say all of these sort of things and basically slander me in the video, then go ahead. That is your right. You've got that freedom of speech. But this is what I'm going to say to you and to all your supporters, right? Is this: you don't watch me every day. You don't watch me streams every day unless you're admitting you do. Because if you did, you would know that even if my supporters watched your video, they would laugh because they watch me every day. So I've nothing to worry about. Okay? I've nothing to worry about. You can be threatened all you want, right? Or whatever this is, right? I even had seen one comment where he'll say it's down to jealousy, right? Maybe it is. I don't know what it is, right? But you've got this fixation on me, okay? And there's something really seriously sinister about it, right? If you can't see what you're doing is wrong, then that's fine. If you have a problem with me with information that I'm putting out there and you want to try debunk that, go ahead, right? People on my channel already know what I've gotten right and what I've gotten wrong, and they stand by me, right? If you want to do your little videos and portray me as this big bad man and this bully and all of this, you can go ahead. Go ahead. At the end of the day, I'm going to continue to do what I do. And no matter how many little video you idiots do, I'm still going to do what I do, right? Okay? This has been explained several times anyway, right? I do receive information. If that rubs you up the wrong way, I don't give a flying fuck anymore, right? Do your videos. Do whatever you want to do. I have no interest in responding to idiots like you anymore, right? My supporters watch me every day. When I put information out there, I put it in the slideshow video, which you are happy to show people on your channel, by the way, my videos, but fair enough, right? We talk about this plagiarism and all of this, accuse me of that, and then you go and do something like that. You know what I mean? You know, it's ironic, right? But if you want to go and do that, you're free to do that. But as I said, people that follow me, right? People that follow me have been following me from day one. They know exactly what I've gotten right, and they know what I've gotten wrong. And by the way, be under no illusion that these people blindly follow me. They would call me out if they thought for 1 second that I was lying. What you can't understand is that someone from this side of the pond or whatever it is, I don't know what it is. Maybe you hate Irish, I don't know, Irish people, because you seem to be focused on me quite a lot lately, right? But here's the thing, right? Doesn't matter how many parts of your videos you do and, you know, scroll through my YouTube channel and take videos out of context. You can do all of that. As I said, my supporters watch me every single day. When I do a stream to clarify some of the informations, whether it be on Twitter, whether it be on YouTube, whether it be on Facebook, right? I put it all out there, okay? If you can't see that, you'd see this is the problem. You and your supporters don't watch me. You don't watch me every day. You know, there's this, you just want to, you're just, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's jealousy. I don't think it is jealousy. I think there's something else there. Maybe it's the fact that you'll never amount to Arton and this guy has come along in the fandom and you know, rubs you up the wrong way and rubs all you other people. I seen people, other bigger YouTubers in your comment section commenting. So you go, and by the way, just to let you know, this person has over 20,000 subscribers, right? And they're going after a YouTuber that has 1,900 subscribers. Now, if that doesn't tell you about the person, I don't know what does, right? He will punch down, right? He will crush the little guy or try crush the little guy. Well, word of warning for you, this little guy fights back, yeah? And as I said, I'm going to continue to put the news out there, right? I'm going to continue whatever information I get. And I will clarify to my audience, like I always do, where I've gotten the information from. And if it's from Twitter, whether it's from Gallifrey base or me sources, that'll all be confirmed. So do your little videos. This is the only response that you're going to get to your little video. By the way, as you can tell in the chat already, people have seen your video already. But the thing that's happened is that my subscribers haven't went down. They've actually went up. Some people have even called you out in the comment section of your video. I say you've deleted most of them anyway, but people have called you out for being pathetic. That's what I actually think you are. You're a pathetic little man. You had nothing better to do. It was a slow day in Doctor Who news, and you decided to make a hit piece on a YouTuber that has less than 2,000 subs, while you have over 20,000 subs. And then you had all your pals patting you on the back, telling you how great you were for exposing the big bad monster. Yeah. Well, listen, you and your friends, right, can keep having your backs rubbed the wrong way, right? Because I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing. Rent free, guys. Rent free. And that's it. That's all I'm saying on it now. So as I said, all you other little supporters of this particular YouTuber, go ahead, do your worst. You'll be ignored. I don't give a crap what you do anymore. You aren't going to stop me or try cancel me, because that's what I believe that this video was in aim. Even though, you know, see, he knows how to play the game. He's very careful about what he says, right? He knows how to run the game on YouTube. So, you know, he is clever. I will give him that. But he's dumb as shit when it comes to detective work, because he hasn't got a bloody clue what he's talking about. Right? Hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. But don't worry. Don't worry. You know, I'm not letting that go anyway. For the simple reason is that he can't get away with what he's saying about me, because, you know, it is slanderous. No matter which way you put it. Debunking, even the name of the video is slanderous. Because you haven't debunked fuck all. You haven't debunked fuck all. Even when the Spyfall information, when you brought that up, you start coming out with crap, right? And the thing about it is as well, I can actually debunk half of the shit in his video, but I'm not going to bother. Why should I bother trying to prove myself to idiots like that? I've got the people that believe me right here listening to me. People that come to me for Doctor Who news, right? And even they say it to me. Even some in the chat will say it to me. No, even if it's not true, you know, you're giving us something to keep us interested. Yeah. We know that all source news that you get is not going to be true, because that's not how it works. That's why I say it's rumor and speculation. I never say it's fact. Not anymore. In the early days I did. I've held my hand up about that loads of times. Right? Ever since I started doing it again, I said I was going to do it because I let my emotions get involved in it. And this is a thing that he accuses me of, that I'm letting my emotions, and maybe I'm making all it. No. See, when I first started, yes, that was actually 100% true. Everybody knows that. I was letting emotion. I was a very emotionally charged person. But then when Jodie Whittaker didn't go the first time, I learned my lesson. Actually, a couple of YouTubers were kind enough to come and talk to me. Instead of slating me off, they came and spoke to me and says, listen, when you're putting out information like that, when you do get information like that, always say it's rumor and speculation. That way, then you're not setting yourself up, right? So that's exactly what I've been doing the whole time since. And then I've even done streams to clarify all of this. But if these bigger YouTubers want to come after me, all I say is bring it on. Loads have come and failed, and you will fail again, just like everybody else has failed. For the simple fact is that people can see through you are leftist twattis bullshit, right? They can see that you have an agenda and you have it in for me. And at the end of the day, nobody is going to take your side on this except your own supporters. Okay. And by the way, to insult my supporters and try to make out that they're unintelligent people by making accusations like they're blindly following me, like another YouTuber had said, is absolutely an insult, right? Because these people are intelligent people, and trust me, these people are the right kind of people in this fandom. York lot are the wrong type in this fandom. You say that you are all for having inclusion in the fandom, and you don't tolerate bullies, right? But there's the biggest bully of all, with 20,000 subscribers, going after a YouTuber with 1,900. If that doesn't tell you all you need to know, folks, well, I don't know what will. At the end of the day, whatever it is, it's either jealousy, they're threatened by me, or whatever it is, I don't know. But that's not my fault. That's down to you. You sort our heads out, right? And sort ourselves out, because at the end of the day, as I said, I'm not going anywhere. You aren't going to stop me from putting out information that I get, right? Whether it's from Gallifrey base, whether it's from Twitter, or whether it's from my sources, you ain't stopping me from doing that, right? And you can do all the spin you want and show all me videos out of context and not follow them up with the proper. See, this is the thing. The whole thing goes to park because I always do follow up streams, as you all know, right? These are all here. And when we talk information, I put up a slideshow video. No, I don't want, listen, I don't want that either. So if you could remove that comment, please. I don't want to call you out, but remove that comment. I'm not going to have any of that. We're going to be bigger here. I'm just having my say on this situation, right? Because, you know, the people, no, because you know what? I decided not to stay silent on it. I'm not mentioning the person's name, but you know who I'm talking about, right? But I'm not going to stay silent on it for the simple fact of the matter is that it's absolutely ridiculous, right? That these people can go without impunity, right? Can accuse me of being the bully and accuse me of this, that, and the other. And listen, I've done things in the past. Yeah, I've done things in the past in this community that I've been pulled up over or I've had to apologize for, right? But I'm not going to have any of this nonsense anymore, right? I've paid my dues. Any mistakes I've made, I've paid my dues for them, right? They take things out of context as well. They only show half a little clip of something and all of this rubbish, right? I'm sick of their agenda. Let them, if they want to have their agenda, let them. But I'm just letting you guys know here tonight that they're not going to stop me from doing what we do on this channel. And as soon as I get more information, which I'm pretty sure will be soon, I will announce it to you guys. And trust me, I will. And, you know, that's all I'm going to say on it now. I'm done. No, you're all right. Listen, you don't have to apologize. Just don't mention their names. For the simple reason is you'll be all accused of, oh, look, Noel sending a hate mob. So if anybody's mentioned anybody, a particular YouTuber's name in the chat, could you do me a favor and remove it yourselves, please? I'm not asking the moderators to do it. I'm asking yous to do it. If you can remove them, I don't want any of that. I'm making that clear right now, right? I don't want anybody going to these people, right? They clearly want that. This is the whole thing. Learn how to play the game. That's what they want, right? Now, they wanted me to mention their names tonight. They wanted me to do all sorts tonight, but I'm not doing that. I'm actually calm about this whole situation, right? The problem is that these are the people that are representing the fandom. These are the people that BBC actually go to when they're talking about Doctor Who and stuff. And there's one with over 20,000 subscribers, as I said, going after someone with 1,900. That's called punching down, right? It's a known rule within even the Fandom Menace, right? I don't know. Fandom Menace is having its problems at the moment, but the Fandom Menace, right? They always say never punch down. You never go after a smaller YouTuber. These guys have none of that, right? There is no code. There's no nothing. They've got their own little clique, and that this is what it is actually. They've got their own little clique, right? They've all been comfortable, and here comes this Irish man all of a sudden that's making a little bit of waves. And listen, this is not me being big-headed. Of course I've made waves. If I hadn't made waves, I wouldn't have these idiots coming after me, would I? And that's what it is. So, yeah, you know, a lot of people, someone joked, oh, you probably say it's jealousy because you do, and then that idiot replies back, well, you won't want to support the video because it'll expose him as won't expose me as nothing, because for the simple fact is, as I said, right, I've went on record on streams then and spoke about the news. We've even had Tardis Zone talks about it. We've even had panels about me stuff that I've put out there. So again, you know, as I said, house of cards. Build your house of cards, but a house of cards will topple. Right? And the bottom line is all these YouTubers are bigger than me and they're circling around me like sharks. But they think this one's going to be backed into a corner Well, you ain't backing me into a corner. None of you will ever back me into a corner. And you could say what you want, by the way, on Twitter. You could say what you want on your YouTube channels and try cancel me, right? I refuse to be cancelled. I'm going nowhere, right? And I refuse, right? And even if I end up with one subscriber, I will talk to that one subscriber. You're not getting rid of me. So I'm done now, right? I've had me rant now for 25 minutes as obligatory on the Tardis Zone Talks. So what I'm going to do now is what I always do and put the link in the chat. And we got Leland in the chat and Tardis time. Listen, it's grand. I'm not giving out to anybody in the chat. Just look, we have to be smarter than these people. Yeah, and you know, don't mention any names. I know you know who I'm talking about because I know some of you would have went and watched the video, right? But you all have been supporting me, so you all know that I've done follow-up streams and I've done panels and stuff, and we've spoke about it in more detail. Just because I put a slideshow video up doesn't mean that I'm not going to discuss it further. Jesus Christ Almighty! Do you know what? When I seen it, I actually laughed. I said, he must be really that sad. It must be a slow day in Doctor Who's universe for him to go and do something like that. And you know, I've had other little gobshites try do hit pieces on me, but this is the biggest YouTuber I think that has done one in the Doctor Who community. Not talking about others that have actually came after me, but this one is a pretty big one. And then when all these pals that are bigger YouTubers were in the comment section of saying, these all hate me. Well, hate away. Hate away. I wish you could actually see me face. I wish my camera wasn't actually broken because you would see the big, huge smile on my face that I have right now. I literally don't give a shit what you do anymore, right? I just want to address it for the simple fact to let you know that no matter what you do, I'm still going to do what I do. I'm still going to do what I do. And even if it's to I talk to one person, I end up with one subscriber, I'm still going to do the same. I did it when I had 10, right? Doesn't matter how many subscribers I have. The bottom line is I have people that have around me that have been following me for a long time. And when I've done me information, they know I follow it up with streams. We know we have discussions and debates about it. Even one of the people, actually, two of the guests that are actually about to come on have actually been on streams where we've discussed these rumors. But I'm not getting them involved. They know, like me chat knows. So no, nobody is following me blindly, right? And the thing about it is, right, this might hurt your feelings, but nobody actually gives a flying fuck about your video. Except the 2,000 twats that watched it or 3,000 twats that watched it are on your side, right? Nobody has interest. So, well done for wasting whatever it was on that video. Well done. Right, that's that. I'm done. Finally, everybody be relieved. Right, if you want to join me tonight, the link is in the chat. We got 2 people. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait 5 minutes, right? And if I don't get any more people in within 5 minutes, so that'll be 35 minutes into the stream, I'm just going to bring Charlotte and Leon together. And we'll have a little bit of a stream for about another hour. And then we'll leave it at that because I know Charlotte will have to go before 10 anyway. So if nobody else comes in or if nobody else is interested in coming in, I'll bring these 2 guys on in 5 minutes, right? So what I'll do is I'll just keep throwing the link into the chat. Of course, if there's any strangers, you'll be getting booted because we're not that stupid, you know. We're not actually that stupid, you know. Oh no, we have another person here as well. He's that coming all the way from Scaro. All right, I see. Do you know what? Actually, is anybody else going to come on? I assume not, because it's usually the 3 same guys. I mean, we could just do a Tardis Talks panel. How about that? Is everybody? Would everybody be okay with that? There's Alpha Omega as well joining. We're brilliant. Babette, do you want to pop in as well while you're? Do you know what? Will I just bring you all on and we'll just have a fun stream for the next hour with us all? What do you reckon? No, Lee, you don't get to decide. You don't get to decide. Nobody on the panel actually can say yes, right? I should have told you that. So we got 1, 2. So disaster area, Chris, right? So there's 3 yeses in his favor anyway, right? So your yes doesn't. No, you don't decide shit on this channel. This is my channel. I'm the king. I rule, right? Remember, all you guys are my tokens, apparently. You know. I'm a white supremacist and all of this other rubbish. Jesus Christ. Right, it looks like zoners assemble. Okay, I'm down for that. Babette, if you want to come on, let me know, and we'll get Lee to send you the link. I seen you in the chat there. We got Renee Silver. We got Rob in the chat as well. We got Emmett in the chat. Welcome, Emmett. Long time no see. I think that's Leland as well. Right. If you're coming on, Babette, there you go. Are you on TikTok now? I will follow you. I'm not on TikTok now. I'm not I've never actually even tried the app, to be quite honest with you. Right, we have everybody. Right, let's do this. It is a bit of a Whovians assemble, actually. So as I said, I'm going to leave Lee to last because he tried to basically, strong arm the decision. So as it is my channel, I can leave him to last. So let's bring on our first guest. It's the one and only, problem being.
Nah.
Carson's going to bring you on first.
Well, that's very kind. I'm going to say thank you so
So
much.
No problem. So welcome. Nice to have you here. I hope you're doing well.
I am. I'm all right. Eyes.
Good. Yeah. Right. Let's bring everybody on because I'm excited for this, actually. Right. Next is one part of a duo, right? And you know what they say, behind every great man and behind every great woman, there's a man and a woman. You know that saying, behind every great man, there's a great woman, and behind every great woman, there's a great man. Well, I want to introduce the great woman. It's the one and only Charlotte.
Hello.
Now let's introduce your co-host because as I said, now I've totally lost. See that?
Lost the plot.
I've lost the plot. Well, do you know what they say? Behind every great man, there's a woman. Well, we've introduced the woman, but behind every great man, no.
Oh my God!
Woman, there's a man. Yeah, we finally got there. It's the one and only Scottish Davros.
Hello,
legend.
Yeah, the legend. Well, I needed a laugh. I didn't mean to make myself laugh, but there you go. Right, let's bring him on because he's had to been working hard these past couple of nights because I've been doing my streams, and even though I've been doing me gaming streams, he's managed to pop in. It's the one and only Alpha Omega.
Hello. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Oh, we can hear you, Alpha. That's a good start.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Now, the next guest we had on, and every time he's in the chat, he stores up a conversation as well, and always has some great points as well. It's the one and only Babette Bombshell.
Hey.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Hey, Babette.
Hi, Babette.
Alpha, it's good to see everybody. You all look wonderful. Even your avatars look wonderful.
Oh, you're too kind.
It's so true.
Right. I suppose I should just start off by asking you guys, first of all, there might be someone on the panel. Is there anything that you think there is worth talking about? I know there is all the Snyder nonsense, but I'd rather do that in the Irish Geek. But if you want to talk about that on this channel, then fine, if that's what people want to talk about. Or if there's anything else you want to talk about, that's fine. I'll tell you what, because we haven't had him on the Tardis Zone Talks in a while, I think we'll ask Daniel to start it off. Daniel, is there anything in particular that happened this week that you would like to bring up? Put you on the spot awkwardly. I put you on the spot awkwardly, haven't I?
Yeah.
I have. Okay. Right, let's do that again. Right. Okay, is there anybody on the panel that has anything interesting to tell the rest of the world?
Well, I have written something if people want to listen.
No?
Sure.
Yeah.
Every
Go
time
ahead.
you write something, you always are you going to make us cry this time?
This one, I don't think it'll make you cry.
Will it make us laugh?
You'll see when I read it.
Right, go for it. It's all gone a bit Pete-Tong. Yes, it has. It's your host. Your host has lost the plot today. Go ahead.
I like to play the game of guess who the doctor is with this, so that's why I didn't want to say much else.
Okay.
Okay, so this one's called The Coward Lives. The quiet of the TARDIS is suddenly broken with, "Why didn't you warn me? You saw every death and cruelty they inflicted. I just went blundering in, wanting to help. This body was supposed to be a new start. Guess the universe had different plans. When I saw it in that room, I was back there in an instant. Every instinct was screaming at me to run or hide. Then it started to talk, and I realized how pathetic it sounded. A proud Dalek, chained down and begging. What a strange sight to behold. I was the one with the power for once. They made so many beings scream. I wanted to hear it do the same. It felt good. No,
Jody.
fantastic in that moment. I was him again, and looking back now, it came too easily. It said that I'd make a good Dalek. It was partly right. Daleks can cause destruction on a whim, but they don't enjoy it. I did. They're programmed to hate others. They don't have a choice. I could have been the better being in that room, instead of lashing out like an animal. Thankfully, I now have Rose to remind me that I'm the Doctor, remembering my oath and what I was before. Plus, I have you to kick me into shape when it's needed. You know, it's a bit odd going back to travelling with a companion. I'd almost forgotten just how brave and kind humans can be. I mean, she faced it and saw what it could do and still managed to find kindness. I have to try that as well and follow in her example. That's
That was
it.
good. That was good. I liked that.
I mean, you could. It's almost like it's a metaphor for the Jodie bots, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I sort of was thinking, what Doctor moments do I always go back to? So I went back to 9 in that room with the Dalek, and I was like, what can I write about afterwards that we might not have seen of him by himself in the TARDIS?
Nice, very good, very good.
Yeah, I lost the plot that I thought it was David or Matt Smith. Goes to show you what I fucking know.
Abysmal. No,
Yes.
shocking.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's one of those days today. Yeah.
I'll be interested. You know, the thing that was great about Dalek as a story is it reestablished like that Daleks can be scary
Yeah.
and threatening, and
Yeah.
so I would almost really like to see somebody do, whether it's a fan film or something like that, an R-rated Dalek themed thing. I have one porn that's like Czechoslovakian that has Daleks in it. But what I mean is, it would be interesting to see like actual screen violence. You know what I mean? That really pushes
like a Dalek kind of squid thing coming out and mutant, and then it's like strangling someone and popping their eyeballs out. And
yeah, because there are moments in Doctor Who history where that really pop out as like showing the Daleks as a threat. Dalek is one, and Remembrance when Sylvester McCoy touched the body and said that there was organ displacement, all the organs had moved around. I mean, that was a great little touch that didn't cause no visual effects or anything, just through dialogue. So I think the Daleks could be much scarier than they are in the show if they get liberated to like the big screen.
It's the implied threat, isn't it? I mean, a lot of horror is best in the imagination. You cannot beat the imagination. So sometimes when it's off screen, it's like you can imagine what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that. You'd be like, you just hear the sound like
some actual scary stuff, not the doctor holding a foam tentacle to his throat or something.
Yeah, I like it when the Daleks are a bit more like scheming and manipulative. I've always liked stories where they're not like shooty bang bang and they don't use force. It's like they're in the shadows or they're using something else to get what they want.
Because you get one thing and the other one kind of fades, because the Daleks were always like scheming master, genius things. And then Davros came along and he was such a handy invention as a spokesperson for the Daleks that the Daleks then became kind of just, little mindless plugs that shot things. You know what I mean? So it's interesting.
I always thought back in the day that, Davros was almost as scary as the Doctor.
Well,
I was fascinated by, I first saw Davros played by
Michael Wisher.
No, the one from Destiny of the Daleks. Can't remember his name.
Oh,
yeah, the not very great one. David
Dawson.
Yeah, and for me, that was my introduction to Doctor Who, and it was actually more Tom Baker's Doctor that terrified me more than the Daleks, more than Davros. It was the curly hair, the poppy out eyes, and the big grinning teeth. It was Romana who got me through it.
So funny.
Yeah, I mean, it seems almost laughable when you think about it today, but I mean, back then, you didn't have anything really to compare it to, and I think the Daleks did suffer, particularly in the 80s. I think with being the sort of pew pew shouty monsters, in the tin pot. But I think that Daleks certainly made them more menacing. Absolutely. I just don't think, though, just still to this day, I don't think that, bronze and copper, or whatever you want to call the color scheme, was a great choice. I think if they'd have stuck with like black or gray or something like that, like they used to be.
Yeah, but I think they wanted to. I think Russell, even though he wanted it to be a continuation, because it was him bringing it back, and he is a creative. I think he wanted them to be a bit like they can recognize these as my Daleks.
Yeah, I think it was a fair enough. Oh, hello, Jade. Good to see you. I think it was a good enough trade-off. I mean, it didn't jar me. I think I was more pleased with the fact that the Daleks were recognizably the Daleks, rather than like what Chibnall's done, for example, where it's...
Well, yeah, I could have a great big whopping rant about Dalek designs and shit. Give me a break.
Go for it.
Doctor Who fans have really dodged some bullets as far as Dalek designs. When Steven Spielberg had the rights to Doctor Who and they were going to do the Leonard Nimoy...
the Spider Daleks.
Well, not just that. They were the design for the Daleks were floating cubes in the air. They were totally divorced from the iconic image of the Daleks. But the original designers of the Daleks, the visual designers, who got screwed and never got money because Terry Nation took the visual copyright as well as the written copyright. But those guys knew what they were doing. I mean, the Dalek's size, I don't know if you guys know, but I do a lot of film work and I do a lot of design work for films. So, you know, the Daleks were genius because they would fit in a one shot and you could have eye contact with the Dalek. And when they made the big, I don't know what they call them across the pond. I call them the jelly bean Daleks, the oversized Daleks we got.
Yeah.
Oh, the paradigm.
Matt Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, the small.
The one that looks like they're serving tea.
They just look ridiculous, and all of that. Every time you see when they came back, obviously they had to be redesigned for Russell T Davies because that's kind of the appeal of seeing them come back. But when they made these giant eye Daleks, the like Uber Daleks that came in, it really they couldn't film with them on set, and and when you have a set that is kind of a little crappy or shitty set, you can't help but show it when the Daleks are so big that you can't fit them in a. So that's why those went away as soon as they arrived, because they got them on set and it was impossible to shoot them and have any kind of continuity of the line of the camera when you get these huge, gigantic, big as a Volkswagen Daleks rolling around.
So I have a question for the panel and for people in the chat. Best Davros. Wisher, Gooderson, Terry Malloy, or Julian Bleach?
Emma has to be Malcolm. Emma has to be Malcolm. Sure for me that I just Avros, because I think he portrayed Avros the best.
For me, it was Michael Wisher. He's the definitive.
Yeah, same here, Michael Wisher. You know, I mean, when I first saw Genesis of the Daleks, I was absolutely blown away. I think Terry Malloy did a brilliant job. I think if anyone was going to replace Michael Wisher, he was the man to do it. And so I think he's my second favorite. But Michael Wisher definitely for me, and you know, and I have that special connection because he visited my school, Doctor Who club. So you know, I have that memory, you know, of actually meeting the man and knowing what he did for the role as well. Because not only did he invent the he personified the character. You know, he went all method with it. You know, he had a paper bag on his.
I heard that.
When the eyes cut out, so he could.
And he was smoking underneath it.
With him smoking underneath it. Brilliant. And, you know, really, really get into the role and embodying it, you know, really, really to the point that he understood the mania of the guy, you know, and I think that was fantastic. I liked the new iteration. I can't remember the actor's name again. But,
Julian Bleach.
Julian Bleach, I think he was great up until the point when they opened his eyes. That for me was... that was just the awful moment.
I mean, what's the point of having an eyeball in the middle of your head if you're? I don't understand that.
I think that was just Moffat doing a Moffatism of, this hasn't happened before, let's do it.
I'm hoping it was a perception filter and not real. That's how I explain it.
That actually pissed a lot of people off. Actually, when he did
that. That actually pissed me. You know, funny when they put my walk through the TV that night, it pissed me off.
Yeah, I think for me, and maybe I'm a bit biased, but I think it's a bit of it is because of the story, and it's was it Julian? Did you say who was the modern one?
Yeah.
And I think the reason why is I'd heard of Davros, but I hadn't watched any of Davros when that finale premiered. But it's the way that, and I always say my favourite tent scene, and half of it is because of his acting, Julian, and it's when he does the whole speech to the Doctor about look at them, you turn them into weapons.
And
I just think I remember that being one of those when people say moments that give you chills watching this show, because he had a point. and it was so brilliantly written. But I think the actor Julian, he sounded so superior and so right in that moment, and you really got in that sense of, or like when he saw Sarah Jane, and he goes, "Oh, it had to be you here," and like even though obviously he didn't act against Sarah, that was a different Davros. But just the way he delivered that line, you felt all that history
Right.
of him seeing Sarah Jane older. So I really like Julian.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, guys. It's Daniel. Is it who's the one who I say he screams all the time and
Oh,
you guys love him?
yes. And Lucy Terry Mill.
Yeah.
Screams out.
Yeah, he
He's very
does. I wanted
excitable.
him to shut up so much
Yeah.
in Revolution. No, what's it called?
Revelation.
Yeah, with Peter Davidson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
resurrection.
That
But
was I-
Resurrection.
Davros as a character is one of the characters that really pissed off Mary Whitehouse when was her name?
Mhm.
She that one when Davros rolled on the studio floor, they knew immediately that they had lightning in a bottle, but would it be able to be aired? And that one, and when the master came back, and he was like basically grizzly, thick cut bacon. I mean, that was another one where they were like, "Are we going to be able to air this?" But yeah, it's fascinating the way that happens in the history of the show. The things that are really successful are usually the most controversial.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Question for you all on the panel from John Michael Fink. Do you think Davros is dead?
Oh, like the master is, yeah. I mean, look, Missy died, right?
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, totally died. Totally not going to regenerate. That was a fatal shot, and then boom, back in the next season. You know.
Yeah,
like,
it's the Dracula effect. I mean, you
Yeah.
can stake him, you can bake him, you can cut off his head. They're always going to come back.
Never say never.
Hi.
yeah, and especially New Who, and I'm saying this as somebody who got brought up in it. They really need to stop using like free villains and have some new ones, because I'm just fed up now of seeing like the Master's back again.
I agree with that
Back
so
again.
so much. I agree with that in New Who, especially and that's been and it's not any one person in New Who. It's been a consistent problem throughout New Who.
It definitely has.
Especially
and
with
I
the
love
season.
the Master, but I give it a rest.
Well, the season enders turned into a parade of every monster that you saw throughout the entire season would come back and kind of like do a bow, and it made it. And these little monster mash season enders just made the Whoniverse feel so much smaller because you were tripping over the same three aliens every. You know what I mean? It's like it's always better when it's bigger. You know what I mean?
I'm not excusing it, but I can understand why they're trying to, bring back the member berries and try to capture something good from the past and try to get people on board.
You can if it's done properly. But Chibnall, I don't think is capable, or his writing team is capable of doing properly. So, I mean, that's the problem that we have. And I do agree. I mean, the Daleks are starting to get a bit old now. The Master is getting a bit old now. Like, how many times do we have the Master, Daleks, Cybermen? Mix it up a bit now. Come on.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I love these returning classic monsters.
Yeah.
But when they're a returning monster from 3 shows ago, that's not a classic returning monster. That's just like saving the budget,
We've got some of these left in the props cupboard. Let's just bring them out.
That's exactly right.
That's what they're Weeping Angels.
I also think though he's banking on the game also being like cross promotion. That's why we've got Weeping Angels. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to get that game, the Lonely Assassins. But maybe
here's an interesting thing that I want to see if you guys noticed too. Doctor Who, speaking of the Weeping Angels, Doctor Who went through these we go through thematic periods in Doctor Who. And the big thematic thing that Russell T Davies started that continued through all of the New Who is what I call the don't effect. And all of these shows were things, and it went through the whole progression of it. It was fascinating to watch, where the Weeping Angels was lightning in a bottle, don't look. Okay.
Yep.
Then there was other plot elements where it was like, don't breathe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you can list off all of the ones from the shows, don't open your eyes, don't breathe, don't move, until finally it got to the one with the Master and the Daleks, and it was don't die. Because if you die, then you get, So it was interesting to kind of see them overuse a kind of plot device. But it worked. I mean, hey.
Here's a question, Babette. Oh, am I working?
Yeah.
Yeah, here's a question. Who would you, if we have a next showrunner after Chibnall, would you think it should be a fan or somebody outside of who's experienced but outside of the show?
The thing is, it has to be somebody who either is a fan of the show or willing to do the work to do the research of the show. Because this whole disrespecting of the show. Now, here's the thing, Charlotte. When you saw Davros, okay, that immediately made you want to go back and get the richness of everything that came before, right? That's the joy of Doctor Who as a fan, is you have this incredible well of backstories to enrich every single story that comes along, right? So if it's got to be somebody who is going to be respectful of the series and not negate it. And that's the problem, is they hired a fan who doesn't have any respect for the series. He knows the series. He just is such an egomaniac that he doesn't care, and he wants to put his big fat thumbprint.
I think what it is, and from what I've been told by people who've met him back in the day, back in the 80s, was that he had this idea even then. And he was absolutely convinced he would be running the thing at some point. Like, he was ingratiating himself, and they thought even then that he was the type to be sort of ingratiating himself, and that he was, not a great person. I'm not going to say much more than that, but like again, if you're going to grow up with this kind of level of fan fiction, that you're absolutely possessed by it, that you're going to, do it, come hell or high water, and you're not challenged in any way by that. I think that is something that we must be guarding. I would much rather a professional who is familiar with the show, but isn't necessarily a massive fan of the show, but someone who has the nous and the wit and the intelligence to take it somewhere else, and to actually be more brave than pandering to modern day stupid sensibility, rather than following the trends, should be setting the trend, by making it a cutting edge show.
Exactly.
That's still fun and still witty, still brilliant.
It really does feel, it feels like fan fiction has taken over Doctor Who. It really does feel like fan fiction, the kind of fan way.
I've read fan fiction, so I know all the bad tropes and I know the good tropes.
Yeah.
And he's like all the bad tropes of fan fiction.
There we are. There you go. Expert speaking.
Oh, trust me, I know all the stereotypes, but it's that thing of, and this is another. I think this is a major fault of the 13th Doctor in general, and this is a trope of fan fiction. Is your main character is never challenged. Your main character, when they do something wrong, nobody calls them out for it. That's a fan fiction trope.
Yep.
And that's it's what 13's like.
It's because she's a mouthpiece now. She's not a character. That's the problem. Is she's got to be pristine, crystal clear, and vanilla, because she's got to be able to do a TED talk about Rosa Parks in 2 seconds. So you can't make her be in any way the kind of threatening kind of thing that made Tom Baker so successful, where you didn't know quite what was gonna, and William Hartnell. I mean, that's the heart of the character of the Doctor, is being somebody that you don't know what's going to happen next from that character. And there's not a moment that you don't know what Jodie's going to do or say. Like, she's not going to surprise you.
Well, no, I mean, I think, but the problem is that they write her in such a way that she's kind of like a background character and all these sort of superfluous characters that are really badly written just come in to give you the exposition of what's going on in the story, even though you can see it with your own eyes. And then she comes in at the end, takes over the scene, says a bunch of stuff, waves the magic wand, the end.
Yeah,
And that's no way to write Doctor Who.
That's it. That's exactly it. She lets everybody else, because that's the way she's written. This
But
Doctor
the
lets everybody
hilarious
else figure out all the stuff, and she comes blundering in the last second with her sonic screwdriver fixed. Done. See you
The
later.
hilarious thing to watch now is going to be, because Jodie is, as all doctors have their little era and then they go, when she leaves, what the hell are all of these people who have just like dug their heels in and attack anybody who has any opinion about the 13th Doctor? What are they going to do when the 14th Doctor comes along?
Run.
They're all going to just, their heads
Yeah.
will explode.
Yeah, some will stick around just because of spite.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
think a lot of them, I agree with Noel, I think a lot of them are just going to disappear into the ether.
Run.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Hello.
a right.
Because, like you said, Babette, they
We need a
know what they...
reincarnation of Terrence Dix.
Right.
Well, no, but, and I've said this on the stream
Gary
before,
back.
it's this thing of they're finally the consequences of you saying to a whole fandom, we don't want you here
Yeah.
anymore. It's
Yep.
finally starting to catch up. Look
Yeah.
at all the merch stories we've had recently coming out. Even Funko is doing
Yeah.
a game thing, but I looked
Yeah.
at this game to see what it was. It's a free-to-play, match-free game.
Yeah.
And that's what Doctor Who is now to Funko.
That's the
I mean,
value.
the one toy company that produces literally every fucking character on Earth now suddenly Doctor not so much.
Can't be bothered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
exactly.
It's crazy to watch it happening. But it's intellectually lazy. This is where I'm really going to piss off all of the Jodie Bot people. You're intellectually lazy and you're stereotyping, because Doctor Who fans have always been the most liberal as far as accepting of different kinds of people. You're aiming at the wrong crowd, Jodie Bot people, because
Damn
nobody
right.
up until the new series and probably David Tennant, nobody got laid for being a Doctor Who fan. It was the least cool thing in the world. People were in the closet about being Doctor Who fans for 30 years. So when they say this whole shit about male chauvinism and how all the fanboys are all all misogynist, chauvinists, and all that things, that's totally fiction. That's
as a gay kid at high school in the late 80s, early 90s, dressed up in a summer fete as the Seventh Doctor, getting the shit beaten out of him. Come back and talk to me about your struggles.
Right, yeah. And here I say, okay, I'm going to tell you right now, it's exactly what it says on the tin when you look at me. Babette Bombshell, I'm genderqueer, okay, non-conforming on every level. I have a lot of feminist principles. I'm very progressive, and I hate Jodie's era of the show. You know what I mean? But you have an opinion without immediately being labeled a chauvinist and a racist and all this kind of stuff. And it criminalized fandom. It criminalized the fandom.
Well, I'm even worse because this was supposed to be done for my gender.
Right. Exactly. Aren't you glad? When do you get the toaster in the mail, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be done for girls, and I'm not saying some young girls watching this hasn't attracted them. And for the little ones, where you see like the videos of them reacting like really happy, and that is lovely.
Right. Yeah.
That is lovely. But for the older female fans who are already a part of this fandom,
they don't give a shit. Because it doesn't work for them. Because they might defend it and stuff, but at the end of the day, they know it's a load of bull. The writing is, look at these people, right? I refuse to believe that these people are as thick as the wall that I'm looking at right now. Right? But you see, they're acting like it. Like, these people are intelligent, because if you look at the way they operate and they're trying to cancel people and stuff, They're clever. They know what
Yeah,
to
clever
say.
like sharks are clever. Yeah.
Well, they are clever. They do have their wits about them. But seriously, all of these people, these YouTubers and stuff as well that are on this side, that pander to these J-bots, right? And that review the show, you can tell that they're lying to themselves. You just have to look into the review. They're trying to come up with good things to say. And then they always still do mention, well, if Chris Chibnall's right and his team's right, it was a little bit better, we'll probably get a better show, but it's not that bad. Like, it's not as bad as everybody's making it out to be. The rates are not gone down the tubes like everybody said. Look, you got to look, TV habits have changed over the years. But even though the ratings take that into account, we're still going to say,
yeah, they weren't saying that when they were having that massive success with the first episode. We couldn't hear enough about how important the ratings were then.
No. The ratings are as good as they've ever been.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, it's like, they don't
Now
matter. They don't matter.
ratings don't matter. Well, sorry, kids, to let you know, ratings do matter, because why would a company, right? And I just want, just in case, because you seem intelligent, but he's come across thick. So I'm going to explain this to you in the simplest terms that you'll understand. And this is simple, right? Why would a company spend millions? I'm not saying they'll spend absolute millions on Doctor Who, but let's say the budget for Doctor Who was, say, 3 million. Now, I don't know what it is. Could be less, could be more. I haven't a clue. Don't ask me. I don't work in television. Don't give a shit. Right? 3 million. But think about it this way. So why would BBC give these gobshites 3 million to produce a show if it's losing ratings? That means that people at home are tuning off their TV. They're turning off that night. They're switching over to a different channel to watch a different show. Right? BBC is in the game of making money, right? When a show starts to become unsuccessful, what normally happens is that show gets cancelled. Yeah. So the answer is this, right? The reason why it's such a fate is because BBC are not going to continue to give the money that they're given. Now, we've already been told about there's going to be cuts done for this series, and maybe this pandemic was a bit of blessing in disguise for BBC and Doctor Who, because it gave them the excuse to cut the budget even further, right? Because they probably don't want to be giving the money to a failing show. Why would you throw money at something that's failing?
Don't use logic. No, you're just a hater.
Yeah, because here's the thing, and part of the problem that Doctor Who continually runs into is the charter. In the charter of the BBC goes by, all right, and all of these executives turn to who hate Doctor Who, is that it says that it's to create new programming. And because Doctor Who is old and a beloved British cultural icon and a global hit, and the oldest science fiction history in television, show in television history, that actually runs against it in the bizarro mind of these executives at the BBC, who look at the charter like it's the Bible, and they see the word new programming, and they think that, well, that means we have to kill Doctor Who and start something new with our budget,
Yeah, but here's the other thing: that the ratings, they're not in a vacuum. Because if you've got losing ratings, that means if you want to sell product based off that program, you are making less money.
Yes.
If you want to do anything expanded universe off the main show, which is losing viewers, you are going to have less people interested. This is the bigger point that I think needs to be made. It's not that, the view figures are going down, which is true, but the problem is that is a marker for interest.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
They have been talking about this Torchwood reboot, and I've actually said it on this channel, that what's the point of doing all of those things if the main show isn't a success, if it doesn't have the strong foundations to be able to, survive. It's not going to survive if it continues this way. So even talking about Torchwood or anything else is irrelevant, because you've got the main show. The main show has to be successful, as Charlotte said, because then that success, then, people buy merch and then they get more interested in it, and then they want to know about different characters, and then they'll hear about the old Torchwood, and then they'll go and watch this. This is new people, by the way. They'll go and watch, and then they'll say, well, where's Torchwood now? And then there'll be more calls for Torchwood. But then you do it when the show is healthy. The show and the ratings and all of that other stuff, even the merchandise is gone, right? It's virtually non-existent. It's even affecting old merchandise, we've been told now, right? So how far does BBC have? Listen, BBC, I want to tell you one thing. Warner Brothers did something that we never thought they'd do. They swallowed their pride and they gave the fans what they wanted. Well, then they did whatever they did then after that was Zack Snyder, but we'll get into that on a different day. But they still gave fans what they wanted, right? You need to start thinking that way now. It's time for you to stop pandering to a few on Twitter, right? And start getting your act together, put the show back together, and then start thinking about all these things. And you want to make money, BBC, right? Instead of going after, old age pensioners and hounding them for their money for their TV license, you scumbags. Actually make a show that's worth people going out and buying the merch for, and you won't have to go around harassing old age pensioners for their TV license, which is our mob crew that you are sending out. Have a bit of bleeding respect for the fans and the people that actually watch your bloody station. If you still have any bleeding people that watch our pox.
Yeah, but here's the crazy thing. Like, Line of Duty's coming back at the weekend, and it's like the only BBC show I like. And Death in Paradise. And it's just, you look at the amount of buzz this week because Line of Duty's coming back. It's been in the papers, multiple threads. It's been on BBC News.
I know, it's been advertised here every 5 fucking minutes, man. I can't get enough of it. I'm like, we haven't even watched the show, and I'm like to Cheryl, I think we'll have to watch from the start, because if I see any more trailers for this new one, I'm going to go fucking mental, man.
No, but
it looks brilliant. It looks brilliant. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah. See, BBC can produce good shows when they want to. This is what annoys me about when it comes to Doctor Who.
Yeah, this is what does my head in.
Decade after decade after decade, when Russell T came in, it was like a breath of fresh air. It was like BBC finally had respect for Doctor Who. Right, he goes, Moffat is there, and then they start to kind of like dictate to Moffat what he should and shouldn't put in his show, and you could see it was getting involved in his writing as well. I don't blame Moffat on everything when it comes to all of that crap that was inserted into his era. That was BBC. He tried to do his best with it, and it just didn't work. But BBC, their total lack of respect.
Well, that's it. I mean, the problem with the BBC is, and I'm telling you right now, I will be flabbergasted if the show is not put on a hiatus and then canceled discreetly. Yeah. To be sold is because it cannot be what it needs to be to survive in the hands of the BBC. It just can't anymore. So the BBC will have to do it as a co-production outside of the BBC, because there are a bajillion creatives who obviously can look at the show and see that it is the most genius, unlimited concept in television history.
Yeah, it is. It literally is.
There's no way that is not going to be exploited in film and in media as co-productions eventually outside of the BBC.
Well, hopefully it's utilized the right way.
Well, talking about the BBC Three stuff, but here's the thing, right? So BBC Three a few years back got the brainstorming idea that they'd remove BBC Three from TV and they'd put it on the station. Now they've decided to bring it back, but what people don't realise is, and this has to be highlighted, they're doing it at the expense of BBC 4, which is watched by a lot of over 60s. It's actually being shown, there was a poll done, a lot of over 60s turn on BBC 4. It has their old war documentaries to music, to you name it on that, proper interesting documentaries. I used to watch the bleeding channel myself, right? But they're getting rid of that now to compensate for bringing back BBC Three, because they made a mistake in the first place. They should never have gotten rid of BBC Three. So now they're in a bit of a financial mess at the moment. That's why they're sending goons out to bully old age pensioners into paying their TV license, right? This is where we've come.
Well,
I mean,
it's an antiquated system, and they obviously are looking at Marvel and DC and realizing we have a property that's 50 years old that is just ripe to exploit as a whole universe. But the problem with that now is they've deconstructed their own universe. When we're talking about these spin-offs and stuff, these spin-offs, every spin-off concept requires that the continuity of the show and what has happened in the show and the characters that were presented in the show remain intact. And you can't spin off of something that's been retconned.
And
so,
they destroyed that with the timeless show.
yeah. So it's so they've kind of shit in the well, frankly.
Yeah, but the thing is, Chibnall, and I do think in the back of his head, he was thinking, what if this doesn't go right, like the way I suspected? Because a few people pointed out after that finale, it wasn't set in stone what he did. And I think Chibnall did that a bit on purpose. It's very vague. It's the master telling her in the Matrix.
yeah.
So
I think you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Charlotte. I think that they will go ahead and pretend that this was all intended to be a big wind up to get the fans all engaged, and that's what they'll say.
Yeah, and you know what I'll say? Don't buy it. He's our lawyers now. Get Chibnall out now before he's do any more damage. And it's time for you to start kissing fans' asses and actually giving them what they want. Right?
It's
Warner
too late.
Brothers and HBO Max can do, or AT&T, whoever it was that was involved in that Schneider Cut. If they can do it, then the rest of these companies can do it. So BBC, get your hand out your bleeding backside and start bloody doing something properly. Right? It's time to start treating this IP with the respect that it deserves. The 50th anniversary year was the height of Doctor Who. It was a time where you could actually, Babette talks about, the people keeping it to themselves and Lee keeping it to themselves, something that you wouldn't talk about being a Doctor Who fan, because it was seen as a kind of a naff fandom. People did laugh at the fandom. But that 50th anniversary year, right? Everybody, the shackles were off, right? You could actually tell people and be proud and have a smile on your face, say, yeah, I'm a Doctor Who fan. And it was and the respect and the joy you'd see on people's faces when you told them you were a Who, because they'd want to sit down and talk to you about your show and stuff like that. No, that doesn't happen anymore. Even now, when I say, I kind of try don't say as much anymore. But when people do find out I'm a doctor, oh, you watched that show with Jodie Whittaker, do you? It's a bleeding woke shite. Like, that's all I keep hearing. Like, and it is sad. It is sad, like, because it never needed. Look at, yes, the show was going stale under Moffat. We all knew that. He should have left a couple of years before he did. But to go and do what he did, Andrew Cartmel said it best. It was like Chris Chibnall was throwing the kitchen sink at it all. And, it made no sense to him. It still makes no sense to me within the narrative of a 50-odd-year-old franchise why he do something like this. It's still,
I think
he had a shield, because he had a shield with Female Doctor. He had a shield with Ruth. He had a shield with everything he's done. That's why he does it.
Yep.
I think it's too
because then when we complain, then we're called the sexist, bigots, racists. No,
I think at this point it's too late to do a recon. I don't know.
It is. It is.
A lot of people are burnt. Yeah. A lot of people have been burnt, man. A lot of people have been so burnt by this and so hurt by it that they just, it's painful.
When you get called, you're toxic, racist, homophobic, sexist, all the rest of it.
Supremacist.
And these people who do that, who say these things, are then retweeted and have their posts liked, and they're toading up to the BBC people who through their silence and through their tacit support of these people and their voices at the expense of ours, it really does mean you're not welcome. And I'm sorry, I don't want to give money or support where it's not wanted.
No, but I'm not going to walk away either and let them.
No, I'm not walking away from what I love. I will always have classic Who, for me, forever. Nothing they say or do will ever take that away from
but
me.
he's even trying
As
to
far as I'm
fiddle with
concerned,
that as
they
well,
can
as you
have
say.
the new Who.
He's
You know,
even
they
trying
can
to
have it.
fiddle with classic Who. And
Yeah,
that
well,
doesn't go down well with me. Moffat did it respectfully. He did, in my opinion. Moffat did it respectfully. He never really crossed that line. There was a few times where he came close, but he wouldn't. RTD was the same. He never crossed the line. He was respectful. Chris Chibnall just has an air of, even the way his writing team talked when they said it was no democracy. Basically, they'll do what. That's all you need to know about these people. He's there and he'll do whatever he thinks is the right thing to do. No matter what we say as fans, right? Our opinion does not count. We are the ones that have the problem, basically, according to them and his supporters, right? We don't. We just want their show to be successful. And right now, you guys cannot say that this is successful anymore. All your arguments that you've made over the last couple of years are now they've all dissolved. The proof is in the facts. I mean, what more evidence do you need that this show is on a decline? The Doctor Who, I'll name a few. Doctor Who magazine was begging people to buy subscriptions. Nobody's buying the magazine anymore. A lot of the merch for this era ends up being over 50, 60%, even 80% in some cases off, right? We've heard now that it's affecting classic merchandise, which was never the case for any other era, even under the decline of Peter Capaldi and under Matt Smith. It didn't affect classic merch. Classic merch was always the most. It's affecting Big Finish as well. Okay. And then we've heard the news about Funko Pop, and we've spoke on this channel several times about the source information that I've gotten. And we spoke about licenses, by the way. Did everybody remember? Has everybody forgotten that where we actually spoke about licenses when I got the information? I put the information on the slideshow video, and then we spoke about it on a stream. I spoke about licenses. Right?
Yeah, you said they were threatening to walk.
But that they were threatening to walk. Right, exactly, Charlotte. And what's happening now? We're hearing about Funko Pop. It's being reported by blue check marks as well, by the way, on Twitter. Which, I don't normally take notice of blue check marks, but when that blue check mark then follows you in return on Twitter after some of the stuff that I've put up, then that gives me great confidence. Listen for a minute, right? As I said earlier at the very start of this stream, it doesn't matter what people do and try spin and do whatever videos they want to do, right? I've always been honest with my audience on this, on here. I've never lied once. Any information that I've gotten, I've told where I've gotten it from, whether it's from sources or whether it's from Gallifrey base and Twitter. And maybe that is the worst thing that I did this year, was starting to do information from Gallifrey base and maybe Reddit and all of those other sites, because Marty was coming to me and other people were coming to me with stuff, but I wanted to highlight it because these were the rumors that were out there, and I don't know where we've gotten in the fandom, by the way, where that has become a dirty thing to do. Fans have been doing this for decades.
Here's what I'll say. To
keep the fandom going when the show is not bloody on air. Have you forgotten? That's what keeps us interested in Doctor Who when Doctor Who is off air. It's what keeps Daniel interested, even though he's not watching the show anymore. He's still here talking about Doctor Who news because it still intrigues him, right? It's other fans out there are the same, right? You don't have a right or a say on what people put out there, right? And I don't know where all of this disdain has gone all of a sudden for fans putting out rumor and speculation, right? And then people doing videos to try to debunk it. Absolutely ridiculous. At the end of the day, this is a thing that's always happened in fandom. So I hope that you've done your hit piece on me. Now you're going to start going after every other ones, even people on your side, by the way, who have actually used my information for their own videos. So go after them as well if you're going to be balanced about all of this, but you aren't balanced about this because you go for someone that you perceive to be on the right, so you're coming after me. But we'll see if there's any balance in your reporting, because there's plenty of other YouTubers, if that's what we call them, YouTubers out there that do rumor and speculation. Call them out for the lawyers that they are, because they probably put rumors out there that never came true either. Oh, Jesus Christ, shoot me for putting rumors out there that happen to be not true. Oh God, how can you all forgive me? Get a grip, you bunch of bloody morons.
Philistine.
Well,
Right.
take heart, because
Seriously.
you know the good news is that Jody will regenerate, and if
Yeah.
you hang around and continue doing what you're doing, fans will come to you after this whole mess is over. A lot of the very people who are trolling you will become viewers, because their entire point of their arguments will be null and void, and suddenly they'll be the ones who are having objective opinions about the new show that doesn't have Jody in it. And guess what? That's when the dinner bell rings for me to jump down their throats every time they say anything and tell them that they're ists and phobes and racists. And
see,
it's
that's
just
the
like,
thing. We don't go out and see. This is the thing.
right? I wouldn't
We
do
never
that, but
go
I'm
after
saying,
these people. We defend ourselves after they've gone after us. And this is the thing. I didn't really want to get into a whole fan thing, but I think it's all part of it, isn't it? Chris Chibnall has created this atmosphere by the things that him and Matt Stevens have said in the media about it being no democracy, and then Stevens following it up by saying, well, while we're in charge of the show, or custodians of the show, we'll basically do it the way we want to do it, and the way we think is best, instead of actually, understanding that, well, there are certain things that you have to leave alone. You can explore them in a way like Moffat did and RT did. You can explore the Time Lords if you want to, in ways that Moffat and RTD did it, right? But you don't go to the whole origins and try to change the whole thing. You just don't do that. That's not what you're there to do, right?
Yep.
And then you dismiss fans, and this is what they've done. They've created this atmosphere, and then these fans then think they get a free pass because the showrunner himself is writing within the show. When we were slagging off the fact that she was she was an upgrade, right? And then he puts that line in Spyfall in a direct attack at fans, that had a problem with this era, i.e., all of us. Right.
Here's the thing about that, okay? And I totally agree with that. As far as when I watch Jody's show, okay, there is this, in all of it, it's a wash through all of it, to make men to depict men as stupid, to depict men as weak, and there's that whole upgrade thing. And here's my opinion on that, okay? As a feminist, here is my opinion on that.
Right.
When Doctor Who, when the 50 years of Doctor Who had women in situations or depicted women as stupidly, it was ignorance and stupidity, okay? I can forgive ignorance and stupidity when they depicted women poorly, but when this new Jody's show is depicting men as being morons and weak, there's malice behind that.
Yes, that's what it is. That's exactly why I have a problem with it. It's the malice behind it. It's just the malice behind it. You can present, are we saying that there are no weak men or stupid fucking aging men out there? There are plenty, right? Just like there are plenty of women out there that are fucking idiots, right? We've all their genders have fucking idiots in them. We know that. Right, but when you do a whole season of a show where you're just depicting the white guy or the single father as the bad guy all the time, or making him out to be a bloody idiot in Orphan 55, the son was smarter than the bloody father, then of course you're going to run into problems. Of course people are going to be upset, right? Because there's no balance, and even the way you're doing it is, as you said, I'm glad you said that, because it is. That's why I'm annoyed. It's the malice that's involved in it. It's the vindictiveness. It's a
coincidence.
It's just it seems to be coming from a place of bitterness or something, or I don't know what it is. But Chibnall and his team really do have it in for white male.
Well, it's
then
almost
they,
it's
So
then they
narrative.
tried to do with then they tried to do a different in Series 12. They had a couple of mothers that were in the show that were bad mothers. Not that again. There was malice in that. It's because there was a backlash. What he did in the last series, he decided, well, I'll do a couple of evil mothers, and they'll be all fine with that. You know, that's not how you do it. It's not how you do it.
To the people out there, to the people in the audience that enjoy seeing men humiliated out of some kind of malice and revenge for chauvinism in the past,
Eat
I'm
that
just
up.
going to lovingly say to those people, that is not the way forward.
No.
That is not progress. That's not being progressive. An eye for an eye makes everyone blind.
Exactly.
Okay, that's
And by
not the
the
way,
way,
folks.
I just want to point out, what the fuck did I do, or did Lee do, or Daniel do, or any other white male right now in this world, our generation and different generations? What have we done? What have we done? Nothing. I've done nothing bad to a woman, right? I'm pretty sure most of the lads here on the panel have never did any harm to any women. I hope not. I'd be very disappointed.
Well, there's this whole myth that the patriarchy equals men, and that's not true. I'll tell you right now, every gay
women out there can tell you.
Every gay man in the world has been a victim of the patriarchy. Every man who was ever sent to war against his will because he was a male suffered the patriarchy. Every little kid who ever fell down and they said, "Suck it up, you're not allowed to cry. What are you, a little girl? Get up." Suffered the patriarchy. I could be on the Titanic and it could be sinking, and Elaine Warnos and Ava Braun would get on the boat before I would get on the lifeboat. That's the patriarchy.
That's very true.
Okay, so everybody who thinks that the patriarchy equals men, guess what? The patriarchy is a system.
It doesn't. By the way, just to let you know, this might shock a few of you out there as well. There are actually women part of the patriarchy that are very happy to go along with this because they see the patriarchy is not a bad thing, right? It never has been, but it's been turned into this bad thing all of a sudden.
Well, don't forget the patriarchy. The patriarchy, it's a very umbrella term. It's a bit like irritable bowel syndrome, right?
Exactly.
And
that's a sewer that we best not climb down because it's so nebulous that that no matter what you say, somebody's going to pick 100 arguments that drift away from the point. But the point is that the patriarchy does not equal men. Okay, every man who ever died at war and was taken away from his family against his will suffered from the patriarchy too. It's just not women who suffer under the patriarchy. So give men a break, okay?
How about just writing some good stories that everybody enjoys?
Yeah, exactly.
Have strong male and female characters, and yes, you can have flawed characters as well because we're not all perfect. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, it's how you write is. It's how your character.
Well, don't forget the patriarchy is also the same patriarchy that gave us science, that gave us the Enlightenment principles. It may go to war, but it also defends its population. I mean, it's like saying, well, would it be better under a matriarchy? Ask Margaret Thatcher. I don't know. Maybe it will be, but I don't think it. Anything that has a parental, anything that's kind of a parental system will always have criticism anyway. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with a population of 8 billion people on the planet, and people often do a lot of stupid things, you do need a sort of semi-parental system in place because people will damage themselves by their own stupidity quite often. Now that's a hard thing to swallow. And I've always been pretty anarchic in my worldview. But at the same time, I'm also cognizant of the fact that, people are by and large relatively quite stupid. And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. It's just the way it is. That's evolution. It will sort itself out eventually.
Yeah, that's it. There's some stupid people, there's some smart people, and there's
But you have the
people-
right to be stupid under the patriarchy, seemingly. You know, like, I mean,
Well,
it's running the fucking patriarchy.
I think that a lot of people use the words patriarchy and things like that is just
They don't even know what it
intellectually.
means.
It's
Yeah.
intellectually lazy. It's
It's
just
off the
kind of
peg. It's off the peg ideology. It's a belief system
exactly
handed to
exactly.
them by their professors at university.
Yeah.
It's a very cozy, catchy, you know, word, phrase, whatever, postmodernist wank muffin that you can brandish and bandy about like you think you know something.
I've never had a wank muffin before.
Well, there you are. Yeah, have a wank muffin on me.
Careful,
And,
don't choke on the nuts.
Yeah, but don't. Yeah, exactly. It's very filling. A moment on the lips. Okay.
Oh my God.
So what I'm
Lord.
saying is that it's so easy to jump on the bandwagon. I think Twitter is a place where bad ideas go to thrive. And it's incumbent upon people to stand up and say, well, actually, no, this is something you've been told by a quack academic in your university because the institutions have been marched through by these post-Marxist, post-modernists. These are lousy, intellectually bankrupt ideas by three crazy Frenchmen from the 1950s and 60s. Right,
Yeah.
and
Just
want to say, you know, they're white, dead, pale, and male and stale. You know, like, and yet you're
Sacre
using
bleu.
their,
Yeah.
yeah, right.
I just want to say goodnight to Charlotte. Charlotte has got left.
Yes.
We didn't notice, so I want to say goodnight. And Garbage needs to go as well, apparently. So good night, Garbage.
Good night, Garbage.
We'll let Lee rant on there now. Sorry, guys, if you can't get a word in. That's just the way Lee is.
I haven't
But
said anything
Charlotte-
hardly all stream.
Charlotte was absolutely right when she said that the reason why Chibnall was able to write this and do this is because he felt that he was shielded. And he's shielded by these social issues, by pandering. And this younger generation of people don't recognize, they don't have enough life experience to recognize pandering and tokenism when it's served up to them. And
Exactly.
and that's what's happened to Doctor Who, is it's just become one social issue after another written together. It feels like a Mad Lib. You know those things? And again, I'm aging myself. There used to be things called Mad Libs where it would be a little paragraph and you would plug in an adjective, a verb, a noun, and then you would read it and it would sound goofy because do you guys know what Mad Libs are? Am I? Okay, that's what the show is now. It's a Mad Lib, but instead of plugging in verbs and nouns, they're plugging in social issues. And what you get at the end of that is the same thing. You get disjointed garbage that doesn't hold together anymore as a story.
Exactly, because if the story is not great when you're trying to do all of this, then you're right. It does all fall apart. And that's the biggest flaw. And a lot of these other people on the other side will come out and gently say that Chibnall's writing needs to improve. I mean, how many years does this guy actually need to improve before you guys get the picture that he's just not good enough? I mean, Series 11, you all gave him the benefit of the doubt, and you hoped that the writing would improve during the Series 12. Now, in fairness, it did slightly improve. A lot of fans will actually admit it did. And then we got to the Timeless Children nonsense, and then all the goodwill that he had built up to a certain extent was gone overnight, right? Then he followed it up then with the latest, obviously, festive special. Now, that I have said on record, that's the best thing he's written for Doctor Who, but it's 3 years too late. How many years do you guys need before he gets it right? Series 11, I can't believe
Too many.
it. But Series 11, I can forgive to a certain extent because it was his fourth season. He was trying something new. He did try something different. He did, and it didn't work, right? It was a failure, okay? So then he went back and he did the tried and tested during Series 12. He brought back familiar foes and all of that. And, okay, while it wasn't brilliant, you know, it was an improvement of what he gave us during Series 11. But Series 11 is where the show, I believe, was mortally wounded anyway. And it just needed something else to finish it off. And that something else was the Timeless Children. Now, he is a lazy writer because you can see that he's lazy because he has left that it can be the master that manipulated the matrix, and this is all you. And that's where I think he's actually going to go with this, because
I agree.
because I think he's just that lazy, right? I mean, you even see in Jordan Series 12, we had little like animation come up on the screen in one episode to explain stuff to us. But I'd already figured it out because I'm a clever Doctor Who fan. If you need to put shit on the screen to still explain to your audience, then you're not doing your job properly. You're not doing your job properly. Okay? You need to go. So we're getting another series from this clown, right? And you think that he's going to improve, right? So even if there is another slight improvement for Series 13, are we going to have to wait years, 5, 6, 7 years before he gives us his best series, before you all say, all right, maybe we should have left him here? Do you know what I mean?
It'll never last that long under this. The trajectory it is right now, I'll be surprised if it makes it past the 60th. I honestly, here's my prediction. Let me get out my crystal ball. I think that we'll have the 60th anniversary. Then the BBC will announce a great big Doctor Who project that they're going to suspend all the other productions of Doctor Who and maybe do some spin-offs in the meantime. And then Doctor Who will be mothballed until it'll come back as a co-production outside of the BBC. I don't think it's going to last after this at this trajectory, but it will come back. It's like Tarzan or Sherlock Holmes or any other piece of cultural iconography. It's not going to be canceled and go away forever. That's just not going to happen in the Western world at this point.
No.
But I think it'll be canceled for sure. I think it deserves to be. I think it totally deserves.
Well, if I was to take my fan cap off and I was to look at this as just looking from the outside, I would agree with you 100%. I don't even know how this show still even continues to be on air. It's that bad. The ratings are that bad.
Yeah.
So, but for me, I will say this: while I do like what you've said, I have been told, because I am a little bit in the know, if that's the way you want to put it, but I have been told that some of the higher ups do want to actually save Doctor Who. They want to make it better. We even put out rumours lately that he's been told to tidy it up, to fix the mess that he's gotten himself into, and to leave the show in a good, healthy state. Why would they say that to him unless he's gone? I think, I'm going to be out straight. I think decisions have already been made and they're just biding their time when to announce them. I think Jodie Whittaker is definitely gone. As for Chris Chibnall, I would have said 50-50 a few weeks back, and I think I did say 50-50 to you. I would have to say there's a probably 70-30 chance that he's gone as well. To be honest, I don't think it's a coincidence. Now, I could be mad here and putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 10, but this is just my theory. What I believe that could happen is that Torchwood will be announced that it's coming back, right? Chris Chibnall then will be announcing that he's leaving, but he's going on to Torchwood. That way, then, Chris Chibnall, and in BBC's eyes, he saves face. Well, obviously to us he won't, but to him and to the BBC, he'll save face, and then a new showrunner is announced for the next series, and then we get an announcement on the new Doctor, companions, and so on. That's what I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
You know what I reckon? I don't know if this is going to happen, but if he has any sense or any care at all for the show, he would go with the this was all Matrix thing, and it wasn't never all that Thomas Child stuff. Never really happened.
Yeah. Eventually, I'm sure that's going to happen. Eventually, it'll be the same as the half-human kind of a thing. And I've said it on here before, because of the merchandising. I don't think the BBC would have let this even have ink dry to paper on this idea if they had known that it would screw up the chronology of all of the Doctors for all of their merchandising.
Yeah.
Of Doctor Who everywhere.
Listen, I do not believe the BBC are complicit in this. I'm going to be out straight with you. It's not that I've been told, But I can tell you now, I don't think BBC have been complicit in every decision that Chris Chibnall's made. I think what happened was BBC were desperate, right?
Mhm.
And I think Moffat was asked to talk to him, and they did get him drunk, and he did take that role. But I think once he got in there and he started making demands, they couldn't then turn around and say, well, no, they had to go with him at that time, right? They'd say, okay, Chris, go for it. But if this goes wrong, you know your head's on the block.
It's funny because Chris Chibnall makes me want to drink.
Well, the thing here's what'll be hilarious to watch. All right, I don't know if I'm going to watch the next season of Doctor Who just because
you should, because then you'd be able to come on a panel with me and we'd be able.
Well, that's true. It's cannon fodder, but I don't know if I can stomach watching Yaz and Jodie make moo eyes at each other traveling around the universe. I didn't like that when it was Rose. I didn't like that when it was hetero.
That to me was another thing that we spoke about that Jodie Whittaker's Doctor's sexuality was flawed, right? Now, listen to this, right? So BBC actually did an art competition thing, and they threw up a picture of the winner of Yaz and the Doctor holding hands. I put it up on my Twitter account, holding hands, looking into each other's eyes. Now, have you seen the photograph for International Women's Day? Manique was looking at Jodie Whittaker's eyes, googie eyes, my kissy, right? I'm telling you now, right? I do not care what anybody says out there that says that I'm lying and all of this crap. I'm telling you, without even getting the source information, you could see this coming a mile away. Even though there's been no context to it happening in the last 2 seasons, he's going to do what he always does because Chris Chibnall is a clown and a hack. He's going to shoehorn it in just like he shoehorned the gay man in for 20 seconds just to have him killed by a Dalek, just to say that his boyfriend was waiting at home for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shoehorning shit in. That's what he's going to do.
Speculation.
Story.
Here is my fantasy for the next season. Okay, the season starts out da-da-da-dum. We start out, and you have a show where just like Yaz and the Doctor, full tilt lesbian, just bump uglies, and they fall in love with each other. And then Jodie is so exhausted that she regenerates into a man with a paunch. And then Yaz has got, and all of the fans, their heads can explode as
I want that so
has
badly.
to deal with the fact that now she's in a relationship with a man, and that would be my fantasy.
Oh yeah,
and have him be male chauvinist, have him burp
Oh
and
my God, even
fart,
better.
leave his underwear laying on the console and itch his crotch and unbuckle his pants. That's what the fans deserve right now to have happen to them.
Yeah.
Go make us some tea.
Yeah, exactly. Or have Yaz fall in love with the Doctor, okay, and then have her depart and fall in love with a man, like in the last 2 seconds of the show, the way Leela did.
No.
They deserve that too.
No, because I'm even crueler than that. Have the Doctor or have Yaz fall in love with the Doctor, and then the Doctor then rejects Yaz by throwing her out of the TARDIS.
Yeah.
Job done.
Not into. Yeah, so it's just
space, by the way.
But no matter what they do, they're going to get the equal reaction of outrage from the current fans. So I say double down, full tilt boogie, Russell Brand, leather pants.
Right, if he does it though, if he goes down this route, right, and BBC studios do seem to be indicating, why would they pick that particular? Maybe it was the best strong picture that they received. I haven't looked through all the entries to see if it actually was, but it's very interesting that they did pin it and they put it up on their social medias. Listen, I think they are testing the water with this. I think this is the final step to Chibnall's plan. I don't think it will be with Yaz, by the way. I think they will bring someone else in to explore Jodie Whittaker's Doctor's sexuality, but I don't think it will be as Yaz. I think she will be heartbroken, and that's the reason why she leaves the TARDIS. There you go. You don't have to kill her off. She believes because she's broken-hearted, because she's secretly in love with the Doctor, but they bring in a different love interest instead. And then she can't stand to see that someone else loves the Doctor and the Doctor loves that person. And then she leaves.
I miss the good old days when nobody screwed in the TARDIS, where the TARDIS was a lube-free zone. that temporal grace thing, like somehow like was saltpeter, and you couldn't.
Nothing makes you more horny than being stuffed together in a blue box traveling through time and space. Yeah, I mean that's the first thing you want to think of, isn't it? About where you stick your bits.
No, you said that your source told you that Yaz is going to be killed halfway through of the season. No, I didn't. I said that Yaz was going to be a part-time companion. And then we speculated on the channel what they could do. See, this is the thing.
I mean, if she got killed off, how would we know?
Sure, yeah.
She is so dead behind the eyes.
Of a character, but again, I want to clarify. When we speak, then we do say that we're speculating. When we get the information and we do a stream, and I bring on guests like I have done tonight, we do a lot of speculating as well. And I think on that night we did speculate. Well, maybe she will be killed off. But I'm kind of thinking now, if they're doing this romance thing and they're pushing it, the more logical step would be that she's heartbroken. And that's why she leaves the TARDIS. Just like what Martha, remember when Martha knew she wasn't going to have the Doctor? Like she decided to leave the TARDIS. She said, this is me getting out. You know, she had that conversation, which I thought was great. I thought, well done, you know, she's gone. And then when she did come back in Series 4, she was obviously engaged. So there was none of that romance thing. And I think Martha and the Doctor worked better.
What if the 13th Doctor gets Yaz pregnant?
That's how it's
Well, she's an alien. I mean, look, it's an alien, right? The Doctor's an alien. We don't know how it works. The 12th Doctor said that their concepts of gender and all that are not the same.
By the way,
Scissoring has different
as Alpha Omega says, the TARDIS Zone does not support these views. These are views of all my panelists who do have my own views as well, even though they're over the top. Just put a little disclaimer out there. Alpha is right, because in this day and age, we have to put disclaimers on bleeding everything because everybody's offended by everything. You need to move on, because seriously, we're going to get to a point in society where we're going to be offended by everything, right? Do you know what's going to happen? Society is going to break down. We're going to turn on each other, and there'll be no society. There'll be no civilization. How do you think civilizations fell before? Because of this nonsense crap. People spreading fear, hate mongering, and all of this. It does not work. It doesn't work.
I'll tell you though that
the only way forward is peace, love. Yes, I'm a bit of a hippie. Who cares? But peace and love. It is a simple message. But that's what we should all strive for as a society, as a civilization, to be, to be peaceful, to treat each other with respect no matter who we are, right? But there are people out there right now, and it's happening in fandom as well. Why do I bring this up? Because it's happening in fandoms as well. There are people out there, and they're just out there to divide us all, right?
Yeah.
They're out there and they say that they're against violence, they're against hate, they're against.
Yeah, but all these people
they're the ones that are doing it.
They're like 20-nothing years old, right?
Yeah.
They think that everyone is beneath them because they are morally superior. So it's the most sanctimonious bunch of young people I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's it exactly. Yeah.
And then you've got people our age, like you've had a diverse crowd on tonight.
By the way, come here. This is brilliant from Shelley, right? Because I did hear this as well, Shelley, right? I could tell you now, right? If Torchwood was to come back in some sort of reboot, right? There is no way, right, that Yasmin Khan, right, will be part of that Torchwood team. And I'll tell you why. Because if you look at our from Series 11 to all the way up to the festive special, and look at how much character development she's actually had, right? She's had very little, right? Now, Torchwood does develop characters. Believe it or not, it was on the characters. They did an episode where they featured on each character, right? This is the thing. She has none because Chris Chibnall has written none for her now. Is right. Okay, if he does take over Torchwood, if this does happen, I'm not saying it is. The indications are is that this won't happen until Doctor Who is in some sort of healthy state. But there you go. Things can change. They might look at. For me, if they brought her back, it'd be embarrassing anyway. But there's no
It's
way.
embarrassing now.
There's no way that they're gonna put. Yeah, she just doesn't. I'm sorry. If she joined the Torchwood, I'd watch it just for the laugh, because I'll tell you why. She would. I guarantee she'd quickly disappear. Right? If it's written by Chris Chibnall, she would disappear behind everybody else, as she does already in the main show. And that's Chris Chibnall's fault. We don't know what Manit Gill is actually like as an actress, because I never watched Hollyoaks, so I don't know what she's like. She probably is a very good actress, right? She's won awards, so she must be a good actress, right? I mean, she must be if she's winning awards, right? But here's the thing. I haven't seen any of her good acting in Doctor Who. Why? Because she hasn't given the material to do so.
And that's a big problem, because that's not going to change with Chibnall. Chibnall is a symptom, because they're writing the show younger. That's the problem, is that skewing the audience much younger, and at the same time playing with this kind of lesbian relationship between the Doctor and Yes. So it's a very confused show right now that doesn't know who it wants to speak to. But the youngness of the show, the aiming the show young, that's really the heart of the problem.
Yeah. And the thing about it is as well is that this current iteration of Doctor Who could be shown on CBBS. Then you take out Manit Gill, you put in an adult theme spin-off, Torchwood. She's not going to work. She's not. She won't work. She'd be out of place. This is what you do. You're bringing back Torchwood. You bring back the original crew, because as far as I'm aware, even what's his face is not working much in Hollywood. So you could bring them all back. You could do something where Captain Jack, as I said, you could think of something. Listen, he has a manipulator. He could go back to that one episode where they all die, and he could save them all somehow, you know. And then obviously, then I know events would be changed, but as I said, let it go for 2 or 3 years, right? Build the show back up again. But those acts that Jack did have consequence, and during the next 3 seasons you start seeing these consequences, and then the team decide then themselves that they're going to die for the greater good. You know what I mean? Then they die again. Then he introduced. But while you're doing that, you introduce a new character each season, right? Introduce a new character each season, right? So then when the old crew die, then you have Captain Jack along with the 2 new that he does, and then when the season comes back, then he could recruit another one like he did with Gwen and start again. Bang.
See, I won't be surprised, because I know that they want to launch their kind of MCU-esque universe out of Doctor Who.
They do.
I won't be surprised if when Torchwood returns, you end up having a who's who of Doctor Who companions brought together, like the, you know, this, what is the 7?
Well, I think Sophie should get our own show.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Ace was there. I wouldn't be surprised if the Silurian chick from England crawls out of a sewer and straightens her dress in Jordan's Torchwood. So they'll use it. They'll use it that way to kind of launch, you know, their little extended universe of characters, and it might be very successful.
If it comes back, you bring back Eva Miles, you bring back John Barrowman. You bring back Friedman, Angiman. I want her in it. I want bloody Martha Jones in a good team. Definitely.
Because they should have taught on rather than.
Yeah, they should have. I think that was the biggest mistake that they made, because I even remember those episodes that she was in. The ratings did boost up for those 2 particular episodes, but she was brilliant. She was brilliant. I mean, she was straight in it. I mean, she dived in the deep end. Our character did in that show when she came forward. I mean, she had to do the autopsy on Owen, as you know, but she went into that bloody hospital that was giving the injections for, and that was turning people to what was it again? Some virus or something it was. It was weird, but she was brilliant in it. She was brilliant. And the chemistry between her and John Barrowman is evident to see that those two get on in real life. And I think in real life they are really good friends. I would love to see those two with Eva Miles.
Well, if Torchwood is written for adults, if Torchwood follows suit and is written for adults, and Doctor Who continues to dumb itself down, then Torchwood will become much more popular than Doctor Who if they start bringing back.
And that's why I don't think this reboot, even though I'm talking about it, that's why I don't think this reboot will happen or Torchwood will return, because it would be an embarrassment for the BBC if their main flagship show in Doctor Who is being outperformed by its spin-off.
See, I don't think they care. I think that they would very happily dance on the corpse of Doctor Who and bring anything new in that exploits the licensing. I don't think they care whether Doctor Who is embarrassed or not.
See, I used to think like that, but with stuff that I've been hearing, I don't think that's the case. I think they just got in. I think this is now. This is just me speculating, by the way. But this is me speculating on stuff that I've received that I haven't been able to tell you about, because you know I do receive stuff that I have to keep to myself, because I will get stuff that I'm not allowed to put out there, but I do get a lot of stuff.
No, you just make it up.
This is the thing. For me, I know I do all the time, mate. All the time. I'm a fucking the biggest liar that ever walked in this fandom. I've no reason to, but there you go. I'll listen, if that's what they want to tag me, let them. But I'll tell you this, right? I can tell you from what I've been hearing, I do not believe that that's 100% the case.
Well, I won't be to counter that. I say I won't be surprised if Torchwood happens. It's populated with Doctor Who classic companions, and it's the BBC realizing that Doctor Who is a turd, and they want to exploit the license of Doctor Who.
Turn it into a turd. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know. But it's like looking at a turd in your hand and going, okay, well, can I pick a few kernels of corn out of it so that I can still make money off of it? And I think that's what Torchwood will be.
Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh, please. Don't. Lung problems, but please don't make me laugh. But no, listen, in all seriousness, I do believe there are people within the BBC, from what I've been hearing, right? Just little snippets of stuff. There are within some of the BBC that care about Doctor Who. I can tell you that for a fact. That there are people inside there that genuinely do care, right? Right now, you've got BBC are in the difficult position is that they gave this man this job and he is under contract, and it's not just so easy to, like, if it was me and I was in charge of the BBC, I'd probably make the decision straight away. But financially, it'd probably be the worst decision to make, you know what I mean? And maybe that's what they're thinking. You know, they'd have to pay this guy off. So, you know, I do not believe...
And you got to replace him. Who are you going to hand this turd off to?
Well, listen, I do not believe that they signed more than a 3-year deal. I don't believe that they signed any contract extension.
But
the contracts that were signed were got to do with HBO and the China deals, right? That's what I believe that those contracts were. But I do not believe that those two... Jodie Whittaker, Chris Chibnall signed a contract extension. If known Chris Chibnall's past, right, he didn't want this show before. I think after he got it and he realized how big this job was, I genuinely don't think he can handle this, and I think he knows it himself. I think he do his 3 years. I think BBC have to are obliged to stay with Jodie Whittaker. This is why now the talk. And by the way, I know we kind of haven't come up with it. I know I read out the news article, but it is very interesting. It doesn't matter what the article is about, but it is very interesting that the surviving companion of the TARDIS is now talking about the possibilities of, future doctors. You know, why would she be coming out talking about future doctors and she's still working on the show? The immediate cast don't normally come out with stuff like that, but yet there's an article there and she's openly talking about BBC's plans for the future, and that they do see a black female doctor taking over one day. I find that very peculiar, but I also think it speaks a lot of volumes. The current companion that's in the TARDIS is now coming out with future doctor talk. And I think people need to sit up and take notice of that. I don't think that should be actually dismissed that quickly, to be quite honest. Listen, BBC has still made no official announcement, and the reason why I believe, and I've been saying it consistently, that this is going to be a last minute announcement, because they know either way, and I've said it, they know either way there's going to be backlash, right? If it comes out that she's staying, well, obviously we're all going to be upset and angry about it. If we find out that two of them actually do stay, wouldn't we? Of course we would. And they'll be the same when Jodie Whittaker has announced she's leaving. There'll be a backlash from all of her fans. And remember, even though there's not a lot of them are influential, and they're on Twitter. And BBC do listen to these idiots on Twitter, you know.
Yep.
And they're not listening to the general public or the fans, because if they were, then they would actually be making the changes right now, because the ratings are so low. But they're not. They're still listening to the Twitter arty, wherever that nickname you have for them, Twitter arty, wherever you call it, like the it's a lot of crap, right? They should be looking at the numbers. They should be looking at how much money they're losing and saying, okay, enough of this. Let's get him to do his third year, try tidy it up and get him out along with the doctor, and let's bring in a safe option. And that's what I believe they will do. They'll bring in a safe option to try and claw back some of the audience. And then I think they will go. Listen, even though Chris Chibnall, in my opinion, has room for another woman to take the role, I will say this: BBC are not going to rule it out in the future. That is true. There will be more female doctors. So, people will either have to accept that eventually or not accept it. But I think it's gotten off to a bad start, all right, with Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker. Listen, it's not Jodie Whittaker was unfortunately miscast. Unfortunately, BBC miscast Chris Chibnall for his role. There's been mistake after mistake after mistake made. They cannot continue this. Seriously, I do agree on one thing. If they continue on this trajectory, then it's gone after the 60th. It's not coming back. I do agree with Babette. They'll announce something that's happening, and then that'll be it. And then they'll put the main show on hiatus for maybe a couple of years until they find the right person. And they will. They'll come out and say it'll be, and it won't be a long hiatus. I don't think it will, because I do believe there are people inside the BBC that do care about Doctor Who and want it to be a success. So if it is a hiatus, it'll be a short one, in my opinion, and it'll come back. And I do believe it can come back with a bang. You can have lightning in the bottle again, right? I know they said that with RTD, and that was it. I don't believe that at all. I really don't.
The reason why I think that's exactly right. I think that they'll launch their spinoff of Torchwood or whatever, and they'll put Doctor Who on hiatus and say it's coming back with a big budget, whatever, and then they'll rest it. But I don't think it will come back solely under the BBC, because the money to do it in the market and have it be commercially viable and competitive isn't at the BBC anymore post the 60th.
Well, here's the thing: I'd have a problem with that now, right? And here's the problem, the reason why I would, right? Right now, Doctor Who, we know that BBC don't kind of have the budget to do the really classy CGI and to elevate this show. If you put more money in, if you bring in a co-production company, obviously they're going to be able to pump money in as well. I think it'll kind of, now maybe it's just me, right? But I think it'll kind of lose that charm That's what Doctor Who is known for, not having the greatest effects. You know, even with the modern effects. I mean, even looking Chris Chibnall's era, those bleeding cyber heads that were flying in the sky, that CGI looked so bad. But because it's Doctor Who, you know, it has that you know what I mean? It does have
See, well,
that.
that's us as classic fans, because classic fans have learned how to find the charm and the magic in crap effects. The new fans, they don't understand that. They don't have the experience. They don't see the charm of that.
Yeah, they want to see the big
right
special effects. And don't get me wrong, I suppose it would be nice to see a Doctor Who story with shit tons of millions thrown at it, like a million an episode instead of a million a series or whatever it is, but a million and a half an episode, and actually really see them go at it. I would love to see that.
I still take the Ark in space with the bubble wrap around the guy's arm.
100%, man, 100%. Give me some of that.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But you know, my big fear for co-productions outside of the BBC is that it will lose its inherent Britishness, and Doctor Who needs that. When they were doing the Fox movie, they approached Harrison Ford, who turned it down point blank. They approached Tom Hanks, who is a fan of the show, and said that he wouldn't do it because he thought a British actor could do it. So there's this push, even back when they did the Fox movie, to make it American, and it can't be. It'll fail if it won't fail, but it will not be Doctor Who as I know and love it. It's got to be British.
Well, I mean, it's a massive problem because obviously, I mean, Doctor Who and BBC really are sort of hand in glove. But the mishandling, the culture of the BBC has changed so radically. It's very anti-British, in fact, now. And that shows in their approach to what they're doing with Doctor Who. And it's funny, isn't it, that, you know, across the Atlantic, it seems to be more love for, you know, proper Doctor Who than there is currently in the UK. And that's very worrying. You know, I think that's a sad indictment of our modern culture, or lack thereof. So I'm kind of stuck in a pit, really, because I think that it should be wrested from the BBC. Where it goes is a massive issue, obviously. I mean, if there was a
and to be honest, because I think with all the contracts with HBO, I think that would be I think HBO would have an interest.
I think if it was a co-production, Dan, I think that could work. But I think
but it'd have to be under the strict.
It would have to have. It
has to stay British. I mean, Doctor Who is a British show, right? If you try to Americanize it, then it's going to become every other generic sci-fi show. What makes Doctor Who stand out is because of its Britishness. And
we don't want an American Doctor Who. We want British.
Exactly. But you know, that might be the long form story of this whole craptastic era of Doctor Who may be that whoever is the co-production will learn the hard lesson of not respecting the canon and integrity of what classic Doctor Who is. That might be what the BBC is learning right now, and that'll probably be valuable going in towards the future when they have to do a co-production to meet the marketplace.
Yeah. I mean, look, they are the one thing that is certain is that BBC are running out of options when it comes to Doctor Who. They have to make a decision soon of what they're going to do because, you know, Series 13, I expect the same trend that we've had throughout this whole era. I don't expect all of a sudden, because it might be Jodie Whittaker's last season, that all of a sudden the ratings are going to automatically just shoot up. I don't think that's going to happen, to be quite honest. Will it be a slight improvement on Series 12 ratings? Well, it could well be the fact, but the only
way it's going to climb back
but it'll only be a slight improvement if they announce her departure just before they drop the show. because then people will want to tune in and watch our last season. But if they don't, if they do it midway through, which they could do, I'm not saying that they will, but they will have to announce it, because if she's going to be regenerating, they have to announce something. So we don't know. Does anybody? I haven't heard anything else about Doctor Who filming in a while. Does anybody know when they're supposed to stop filming? Actually, I know the pandemic. It's difficult to kind of, but we used to be able to predict these things. They started filming in November, as we said, and it's now March. Yeah, so it's March now. So November, December, January, February, March. So that's 4 months. So what do they do? Normally 6 months of filming, is it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, then they say they finish filming, or they finish early, because obviously they don't have as many episodes. Actually, we forgot that. Probably takes 6 months to do. Well, it used to take Moffat 6 months to do Doctor Who and Sherlock. Like, you know what I mean? No problem for him. It takes what? How long did it take Chris Chibnall? How long did we have to wait after he announced Jodie Whittaker for her first season? 18 months. Yeah, 18 months it was, actually. It was nearly 2 years, Daniel. 18 months we had to wait. Right? Then they released Series 11. How long did we have to wait for Series 12?
Another year after that.
Yeah, right. So again, Chris Chibnall again kills the momentum, if there is momentum. You know what I mean? He doesn't know. I mean, even the people promoting this era ought to hang their heads in shame as well, because they've got it wrong as well. I mean, the promotion of Jodie Whittaker's Doctor has been non-existent since Series 11. It's an absolute joke. I mean, look, I don't like this Doctor Who, but I mean, you know, if I see a show struggling, right, and I'm running the fucking thing, I'm going to throw everything at it, promotion-wise, to try and at least don't go down without a fight kind of mentality.
Well, see, that and the truncated season is why I think the show is going to be put on hiatus and then canceled. I mean, those are the two things. It's history repeating itself, is what it is. But you know, I honestly think that, you know, after the 60th, immediately around and after the 60th anniversary, Doctor Who's future is it's past. I really think that you're going to look and you're going to see more animations of animation projects that have to do with old classic Doctor Who. I won't be surprised if some of Big Finish's stuff starts getting animated.
It's actually interesting that you bring that up a bit, because Big Finish has been testing the water. They've actually, if they would like Paul McGann audio, Paul McGann stories based on Paul McGann audios that they do. So that has stirred up the fan. But I have to read these couple of super chats, if you don't mind, for just 1 second. So Alpha Omega with a $15 super chat. Thank you, panelist. Love it. Thank you. He says, great stuff today. Glad I could be here. Long live Doctor Who in our hearts. I agree with that.
Yeah, just not on our TV at the moment.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, go ahead. Sorry for cutting across there. I've got the other super chat on the screen there, so you're good to go. Go ahead.
What?
Yeah, Babette was making a point, and I had to read out.
Oh no, it's just more of the same. Where I was just saying that I won't be surprised if Big Finish starts getting animated. I won't be surprised if those start getting released, or they start doing some of the lost episodes that Big Finish have done audios of from the seasons that weren't produced, like Colin Baker's stuff. So I really think that when the show is put on hiatus, Doctor Who's future will be its past and spinoffs like Torchwood until it is rebooted outside of the hospices solely of the BBC. That's what I see the most financially successful future for Doctor Who being.
Well, let's talk to our Big Finish expert that we have on the panel, which would be Daniel. Daniel, obviously you've been listening to a lot of Big Finish. You've listened to some Paul McGann, I'm assuming. So how would you feel about having Big Finisher obviously seem to be testing the water Would you be down for these animations, or do you think they're best left alone as the audios?
I said this to you off air. I said this to you off air after one of your streams had finished a couple of weeks ago. That I think the Paul McGann stuff with Sheridan Smith the Paul McGann Sheridan Smith could definitely definitely have its own series out of it to be put either on animation or a TV series. Now that would be easy to put to put in to put into TV production as in the Paul McGann and Sheridan Smith episodes are about the same are about the same are about the same in terms of in terms of a 2005 episode, so it would be easier for so it would be easier for so it would be easier for that series to be put into production format.
Yeah, I mean, we did speak about off air actually. I mean, they could do it, but I see again with the animation stuff. I kind of like think it's a little bit of a cop out. It's like, okay, you can give us Paul McGann stories based on your audios and put it in animation, but that's not what fans have been calling for the last few years. What have they been calling for? An 8 series about the Time War and having him in it. That's what we want. We want a Time War spin-off, you know? And I want it like live action, as they call it. I don't want it as animation. I mean, the animation people that they're using right now are absolutely hopeless.
I
mean,
agree with that. Boy, holy crap.
Seriously,
Awful.
man. The last one, that Fury from the Deep.
Yeah, it's a horrible
I literally had to watch it over a few days because the animation was throwing me off. I first watched it in color and it was awful. Right?
Yeah. It's really lost. It's look they've gone with it's clear, isn't it? They're losing money, so they had to go with someone cheaper to do the animation.
Yeah,
and it shows. It really shows.
Oh, it looks like
that's
90s Flash animation is what it looks like.
Right, it looks like something from 2000 or 1999 or something.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, if you look at the animation for the Richard E. Grant Scream the Schalke story, it stands up better than Fury from the Deep.
But I really think that, you know, the marketability, especially with those Tom Baker stories, the marketability of new Tom Baker animated Doctor Who stories, that's the future for Doctor Who immediately following all of this mess with Jodie. I really think the future is in the past.
Whilst you still got to make most of it.
That BBC are looking at the wider picture when it comes to the extended universe. And you know, but I would say is that, you know, fix the main show first. That's what my advice would be. Whether they go and do that is what we're all waiting to see. But that's what they should be really doing. But I wanted to get back to Nicholas Horton's super chat. It's a £10 super chat. He says that's the problem. That's what the problem was with Prime Evil New World. It was a Canadian spin-off of the main Prime Evil show, which was British. and it got low ratings and cancelled after one single season. Yeah, that was the thing that was trying to compete with the Doctor Who with the dinosaurs. That was on ITV. Yeah, that was funny. That was They thought they could actually do a show that could compete with Doctor Who, but Doctor Who was kicking ass back in those days. Yeah, it wasn't a great show either. I didn't like it anyway, but the British version. I know it went on for a few seasons anyway, but I didn't know it ended up being in Canada as well. That's mad, Nicholas. Yeah, a Canadian spin-off. Wow. Wow, I can imagine. Yeah, it wasn't a good. It was a good premise, I suppose, dinosaurs and stuff like that. But again, you know, you had to pay a lot of money for CGI, and you go back and look at the CGI on that now, and it doesn't hold up today. It's like some of the early RTD stuff on Doctor Who. I get that, but with Doctor Who, it has a certain charm because the writing is so much better. I'm sorry, but the writing on Priory was a bit stupid some weeks. I did watch them, by the way. I gave it a go for a while. Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea. Terra Nova was all right. I watched season 1 of that. I had dinosaurs in it. Well, I had a dinosaur right at the end, I suppose, but then they decided that they weren't going to make it anymore. So we only got one fucking season. It's typical in some of these shows. Firefly was the same. You know, companies are stupid, make stupid decisions, but they still have a chance to save Doctor Who. That's the thing. I don't know how many chances BBC actually need. I mean, this show has lasted over half a century, right?
But
Something they should be proud of, but it seems to be an embarrassment for them. Go ahead, Daniel.
But to be honest, I don't think they've properly ever shown the shown the show enough sort of respect, though, to be honest with you, because even during the classic series, you still get all of these episodes that come basically, so BBC haven't treated the show as the greatest respect all throughout the show's history, and it's become a major problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, the bottom line is that time's running out now for BBC, Doctor Who. Maybe its future is away from the main show, but it'd be sad. It'd be sad because the main show is being sacrificed for what? For what? For identity politics and all of this other nonsense. That's what it's being sacrificed for. You know.
Yeah, it's just been mismanaged into destruction. But listen, guys, I've got to get going. I've got to go cook dinner. Okay. I just wanted to tell you all how much I've enjoyed this. It was really great meeting you, Scottish Davros. Oh my God, really wonderful meeting you guys. And the one thing that I'll say as I head out the door is, even if the show is canceled, don't sweat it. Doctor Who is an icon. It will be reinvented and come back. And you know, fans who hate each other because they don't like different eras of the show, I'll tell you what, man, it's not worth your energy. Just because I don't like the McCoy era doesn't mean you have to hate me for it. So a little perspective goes a long way. Doctor Who is going to be fine. It maybe just needs to take a little rest. All right, bye, guys.
See you later, Bobby. Thanks for joining us. Alpha Omega says, sorry for the donation, but I've been brainwashed by you. Yeah, I seem to brainwashed all my audience, apparently. You know, you just can't think for yourselves. You are all unintelligent twats, apparently. You know, that's not, I'm not quoting anybody, but that's how I would say it because I'm blunt, you know. But that's the perception. I've brainwashed you all. I'm a cult now or something. So all hail your leader. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get away. Everybody can think for themselves. Listen, as I said, people follow me from day one. People that have came to the channel watch how I present the source news and then do streams on it. All you people know that I haven't been doing anything or being a massive CUNT. I haven't. Any information I get, I tell you is where it's from, and I have been honest, which is, and you know what? As I said, if people out there wanna try discredit me, then that's fine. That's your right to do so. But at the end of the day, this nonsense that me supporters would walk away because you're somehow doing an expose. That hasn't come true at all. See, the problem is, as I've said, and the people that watch your video, you should listen to me very carefully when I say this. See, what happens is that when I put pieces of information up, I always do a stream after the fact, or it might be straight away, could be a couple of days later, or whatever it is. I bring on panel, have Daniel on, I've had Lee on before in the past, I've had Alpha on, I've had Marty on, plenty of people talking about all of this stuff that I've spoken about over the last couple of years. So that's the difference. And we've had an audience watching us while we've been doing it. A lot of people that support us. So you see, your little thing backfired because it backfired because I actually gained more subscribers. I didn't lose any. I actually gained some. So thank you for that, because people can actually see through what you're doing. You're a big bully that's punching down, and that's all you'll ever be. You can call me all the names you want, call me a white supremacist, or because I've made a joke about someone wearing their hair long and nail varnish or whatever, right? It doesn't matter, right? You don't have a sense of humor. You're dead inside as a human being. That's not my fault, okay? But you're not going to stop me from doing what I do, which is inform this fandom when I'm given pieces of information, and I'll tell them whether it's from my sources or whether it's from Gallifrey base or it's from Twitter, like I always do. Okay, so that's the end of that. Noel's a cult, LOL. Yeah, you're a massive cult, Noel says. Problem being, I am a massive cult. Yeah, I know what you meant by that. But yeah, I am, and that's why I say, like, I might be a small YouTube channel, and you might think you all have me backed in the corner, or people are going to turn on me. Well, you clearly don't know me supporters, and you clearly don't know me. And as I said, you clearly don't watch all my streams. So you can take your little arguments, take your little videos, and the rest of your little supporters can do all the videos all they want, right? I'm still going to be here. So yeah,
yep. That's something they
go.
That's something they seem to fail to grasp, is that, you know, you can disagree with someone all you like, but that other person still has a right to their opinion and has a right to express themselves.
Exactly.
And if you try and stop someone from expressing themselves, you are the very thing that you claim to hate.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to bully me into submission. You're not going to get me off because you think that everybody's going to turn on me. And by the way, even if some of me support did turn on me, I'm still going to be resolute in what I do. I'm still not going to back down and giving that information out. If people want to call me a liar, that's their entitlement. Let them call me a liar. At the end of the day, as I've always said, everything that I put out is rumor and speculation. I never say it's fact. Okay, and that's it, right? In the early days, as everybody has said, I've said it several times actually over the last couple of years. But when I did start out at first, I did get emotionally involved in that, and I did make some. I did put out information that I did say was fact and that didn't come true. The Jodie Whittaker one leaving after Series 11. But I will say this and maintain this, that chaos in Cardiff did happen. And chaos in Cardiff right now might be swept under the carpet and people might be openly discussing it now. But I can tell you, in a few years from now, Chaos in Cardiff will be revealed that it did happen. And I will be then vindicated years later. I don't care. This for me is not about vindication anyway. The thing is that I get information from multiple sources and I put it out there, right? I tell them where I get it from, right? Now, if it's from the sources that I got the spy file information, I will say it's from the spy file source, right? It's from a different source, I'll tell them it's from one of my other sources. I always say it's from me sources if it's from me sources, right? If I get it on Gallifrey Base, I say it's from Gallifrey Base. If I say I got it off Twitter or someone sent it to me on Twitter, I will say the information was given to me by someone on Twitter. This is nothing new. I've done this ever since the first year I start getting information and I got it wrong, right? And what I mean by getting it wrong, I mean I let emotion overcome me when I was getting this information. You can imagine as a Doctor Who fan, the first time I received the first bit of information that I ever received. You can imagine that my heart was in my mouth, beating fast. I was highly emotional because the series had been an absolute joke, right? Of course, I got overexcited the first year that I did me news. I've never said or denied that I got it wrong a few times back then. But ever since then, my success rate, and you can keep saying that I've no success rate, that's fine. You want to make up claims that I could be doing this, that, and the other, and doctoring images and all of this, that's fine. Say what you want to say. I can't even use Photoshop for fuck's sake. People know this. People know this. I'm a plank. I'm only getting the hang of sharing the fucking link now, right? That's how far I go on computers. So I mean, if you want to come up with elaborate theories, that's fine. You're entitled to do that. But listen to me, and you can all listen to me loud and clear. I am going nowhere. So you can all circle around me like a bunch of sharks, and each one of you take a strike at me. I'm going nowhere. So go ahead, do whatever you need to do, but don't worry. But here's the thing, right? People will know who the bullies are in this fandom, because if you have to attack a YouTuber that has less than 2,000 subscribers, and some of you have over 20, 30, 40, maybe 50,000 subscribers in some cases, and you are all making comments on this lad's video because you think it was the right thing that he did, without actually looking at any of my streams, all my panels that I've had. Well, then you are all jumping to conclusions. These are all a bunch of clowns.
What makes me laugh is that you had a bunch of the. I commented on the video. I didn't watch it because I know exactly what they're going to do. It's the same thing they always do. So I just left a comment on there, and of course I got piled on, and projected at, saying, but I'm being lectured to by a bunch of teenagers that I'm self-unaware, which is hilarious. Basically they were saying the same points. All I said was just leave Noel and myself alone. We don't want anything to do with you. It's just trotting out the same old crap. They always do this when there's no news to talk about, right? They come out and they come out with this crap. It's very interesting timing as well, because I had a little bit of success with the Az song. And then all of a sudden they're dragging my name into it again, and it's just like, okay, you want to tell one side of your truth, you go for it. But it's the entitlement that you owe them an answer or to rise. And it's like, no, I don't need to justify myself to you.
No,
whatsoever.
and I don't need to justify myself to you either, and I never will justify myself to you. I will never bend the knee to any of you assholes out there. Okay, I don't care who the fuck you think you are. You might have some influence on this fandom, right? Which I think is the wrong influence, but you might have influence on this fandom.
Only influence to his only influence
because you don't like what we have to say.
Only influence to the converted, right? He's got his little fan base, his sycophants, his toadies, who crawl up his bum. let them. I mean, if they're happy, someone rightly said, I can't remember who said this to me, but when I called one of them a shit stirrer, said to me, shit stirrers should be made to lick the spoon. I thought that was brilliant. I think
We've
that's
got
so
Ian
true.
Time Lord in the chat, by the way. We haven't seen
Hello, Ian. Good to
Time
see you,
Lord
mate.
today. Just hey, Ian. Nice to see you. But yeah, but listen, as I said my piece at the start. I know you didn't get a chance to say so. You've said your piece, but the bottom line is this: myself and Lee and everybody else that are part of this side of the fandom, because it does seem to be sides, but this side of the fandom are not going to be bullied by bigger YouTubers out there because they want to control the narrative and they want to control what we have to say, right? I'm going to continue to do what I do. Lee is going to continue to do what he does, and I'm going to continue everything that I do on this channel. You ain't going to stop me, and that's the bottom line, okay? And this is not me with arrogance or anything like that. At the end of the day, there's a little thing called freedom of speech, and you can't seem to grasp the concept of that.
Well, they're too busy trying to stifle freedom of speech and cancel everyone. You know, they've got that mentality that they can just be a mob. And I'm sorry, if you feel that your entitlement, and if you're so in the right, why does it have to take a mob of you to try and take people down?
It doesn't matter anyway.
Surely an argument is enough, right?
Yeah, well, all I'll say is that you won't cancel me. It's as simple as that. Because
and nor should you try to. Just accept that there are people with different opinions to you. End of. Yeah, and the fandoms have always been built on gossip, on rumors.
No apologies. I won't be ever apologizing, by the way. Right? I won't apologize for any information that I put out there. I know, by the way, he did make some vile comments on Twitter now. I will say this, that you said that maybe Noel has a strange he probably gets a sexual satisfaction out of putting it out.
Well, I'm glad that they're thinking about your sexual proclivities when they have none of their own, clearly.
Right. So again, when you write things like that as well, you're showing yourself up to be the true bigot.
Well, listen, just facetious, vindictive bastard assholes.
Listen, they don't, none of his supporters, and he does not know me. You guys have gotten to know me. I even talked to some of you off air. We've got real friendships going here. Anybody that says that friendships over the internet don't exist, they do. We do all plan to meet up when this pandemic is over. It's not, there's some of us that are just across the water from each other that will be able to meet up and have meetups. Because
can I just say as well, like, as someone who was raised by a Chinese grandfather who has Chinese relatives, incidentally, who are living in Hong Kong currently under an extreme oppressive regime. Noel's comments that were made, a year or so ago now, were made at a point in time where we didn't know what was going on. This had come out of China. Noel and his wife are high risk, were frightened. And I understand where his frustrations and fear was coming from.
Yeah, but I did.
Not only that, and in the same stream, you took it back, and I understood where it was coming from. So I didn't feel that it needed to be clarified particularly. And I feel as well that if you were in any way racist against Chinese people, and again, China is not a race. Asians are a race. China is a country.
Yeah.
Right. I would just like to say, as someone with Chinese relatives who are close relatives, and who have been there for me, when my grandmother died, and I was there for them when members of their family died, and I was raised with a lot of the Chinese culture around me. That if I thought for 1 second that Noel was racist to people who are, in my family, I would not be here. I would not be talking to.
Listen, I don't have a racist bone in my body, right? I respect everybody, right? It doesn't matter what color your skin is, what your culture is. If you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. If you're respectful to me, I'm respectful to you. It's the way it's been for thousands of years through society. If you're respectful and nice to someone, then it's most of the time it's the same back, right? It's reciprocated. Is that the word, reciprocated? Yeah, right. So right. So like, yeah, throughout society there are bad people out there. There are racists out there, unfortunately. But I can tell you now, out straight, I ain't, right? But when I see things happening today, right, I still say, right, and I say this to people that are Black Lives Matter supporters and took the knee and all of this nonsense, right? I just want to ask you one question, right? Here's the question, very important question. Has the issue of racism actually been sorted out? Have people sat down and actually had dialogue and discussions? Or are people still taking the knee and attacking those who don't use the hashtag Black Lives Matter? Where is the real discussion happening? I've always said the reason why I don't buy into all of these things is because I do believe that the only way forward is actually discussion. You sit around a table and you discuss it, right? You don't go around terrorize people. You don't go around
Maligning
shaming
people. Yeah.
right? What you do is you sort out the issues at hand by sitting down around the table and talking. But still to this day, there has been no talks happening in any country that's supposed to have an issue with systemic racism. Where's Joe Biden? Why hasn't he met the leaders of Black Lives Matter and all of these other leaders that have problems and need issues to be discussed so we can move forward as a society instead of having all this divide and hey, where's the discussion going on? There are none, right?
These
There
kids,
is any.
These kids.
Smoke and mirrors. Joe Biden hasn't done fuck all since he's been in office.
No,
he
these kids.
He doesn't know where he is.
Yeah,
no, these kids.
I seen him walking up the. I have to say though, did you see the video? Sorry, Lee, I'll let you get your point out. But yeah, but there was a video today. It's the funniest thing. I've fallen up the stairs drunk before, right? It's happened to me. I've fallen.
That's
up
my favorite
the
kind of drunk.
But to see the president of the
I've fallen
United
down the
States,
stairs.
but to see the president of the United States actually walk up Air Force One and fall up the stairs 3 times is the funniest thing that you'll ever see in your life. That they just seriously
3 times.
3 times walking up the stairs, Lee. Seriously,
Yeah.
there's a video going around. It's gone viral. Check it out.
Remember when Trump did that and everyone lost their minds over that, and it was like front page news constantly, and like now everyone's like, but you can't make fun of an old man falling up. It's like, oh please.
Says, I tell you one thing, Noel, the new police crime bill limits free speech. If you protest, you can be arrested. Now, I just want to say something on that actually, right? Everybody has the right to protest, right? Now, should everybody be protesting in a global pandemic? Now, I don't care what side people are on, right? I don't care whether you believe there is or whether you think it's a hoax. I'm not going to belittle anybody on any side of that spectrum, whether you're a masker, anti-vaxxer.
It's not a hoax.
Right? But here's the thing. In right now, right, when there is a virus out there, should we be really protesting? Right? I am all for protests, but is there not a time and a place for a protest? And is now the right time when we're so close to being told that the restrictions are being finally going to be lifted? It's the same in Ireland, right? Now, if people go out there and protest, all they just have to wait is a few more weeks and then they can have all the fucking protests they want. But I want to go out for a pint in 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time, whenever the restrictions are lifted. A lot of people here on the panel want to get out and do things that they haven't been able to do for over a year, right? So I think, look, I don't think anybody should be arrested for protesting. But right now, in the current situation that we're in, when we're so close to getting out there, when the whether you're an anti-vaxxer or but there is a vaccine out there, whether you think it's safe or not, that's beside the point. These people are moving forward. They want to open everything back up again. And they're saying this is the way to do it, right? Do we really want to mess it up when we're only a couple of weeks away? I do get that people are frustrated, right? I do get people are frustrated with all the stuff being told, well, the restrictions are going to be lifted, and then all of a sudden there's
They aren't.
no restrictions. But this is the thing. If they come out, this is when I think everybody has the right to protest, and they can't arrest us all, because I will go out and say enough is enough, right? But the current restrictions are supposed to be lifted in a few weeks' time.
They won't be.
Right? If they don't, then I think then people have a choice to make.
Yeah. Well, look, I just kind of wanted to go back to my point I was going to make earlier. And it kind of feeds into this as well, because it is this kind of sense that these people think they're revolutionary, that they can change the world. No, look, people have been and gone before you, and more often than not, the more protests there are, the less the cause is effective. That is just a fact, because if you look at how the increase in protests has happened over the decades, each and every single time it gets less and less effective. The reason is because people get very tired and demoralized very quickly by these things. Not to say that a lot of protests don't have validity. Of course they do, but really, I think if you're gonna change anything, you put on a tie, you put on a suit, you go and get yourself elected into the Houses of Parliament. That's how you make effective change, or you become a legislator, or you learn law.
I think I mistook what Ian was trying to say, though. I think he was trying to say on the internet, they're saying if you protest on the internet. I do know that Twitter is starting to come out with things where they're framing it's for to get rid of trolls. But I know what will happen. The left will use it against our enemies, right? And a lot of the people that are in the Doctor Who fandom that attack us will learn how to use this tool to try have our accounts taken down. Apparently, this new thing that Twitter is going to be bringing out will detect troll accounts and take them down. Now, we all know that system will be exploited by the left because their poor, fragile minds can't take people coming back with them with facts. See, that's the thing. We have facts to back everything.
Well, they live in a world. They live in a world constructed for them by their academic professors at university. Right. This is where it usually goes horribly wrong for people. They go to university and they come out transformed as repeating the mantra. And the thing is, if you look back at the 80s and 90s, and I grew up in the 80s and 90s, these kids did not. Right. When they
protested against the lecturers over here in Ireland, man. Because they wanted their own curriculum.
I've experienced homophobia to the point where I was, I had to go to hospital, bleeding internally in my knee from a damn good kicking that I received on a train. And listen, I'm not saying it's as good as we'll ever have it. But you don't win arguments by forcing your view. You don't win arguments or equality by force and threat of force. But I mean, the whole issue of can I just say the issue of racism and all this kind of thing, things were going really fucking well in the 1990s and 2000s. Obviously, there's still problems, no denying that, but it was a lot better, and we were moving forwards. And then this kind of regressive nonsense has set things back. It really has set things up, because now you've made race a very contentious issue. And also other issues, LGBT stuff as well. Because if you make it the be-all and end-all of everything right now, and you make that forcibly the issue, and you put it front and center, and you don't let anyone forget or forgive, then you're creating a situation of increased tension. And that intention is not helping the cause that you are claiming to be defending. You're being combative. And by being militant with it, you're actually harming and damaging your cause. And this is something that I think is either not understood, or is intentionally done
Yeah.
in order to be a triumphalist
Yeah.
and to get power from it, a personal power.
Yeah.
And I think that needs to be combated.
I just want to say good night to Ian. He has to go now. But Ian, if you want to pop on Jordan a week to have one of your straight, bring it on where you show off some of your merchandise and cheer some of our fellow Doctor Who fans up. If you're interested, you can drop us a line and we'll organise a stream where you come on and you can show.
Best collection in the world.
You could start showing everybody your merch because you got some great merch. We haven't had you on in a while, actually. So if you want to come on, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. Yeah, please reward chats. No swearing in the chat. Yeah, that's a thing. Unfortunately, it's an automatic thing anyway. But yeah, if you could just use the alternatives that using other people's chats, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, again, YouTube is trying to suppress us. Google, you've got these morons in fandom trying to suppress, and that's what they are. They are, 'cause they don't understand. They attack us because and we get slagged off as well. By the way, that's another thing I noticed that they seem to, when they go after me as well, and then when other people are piling on social media, they keep bringing up the fact that I cried during me Timeless Children review.
Yeah, that
You
happens to
see,
you
this
all
is
the
the
time.
thing, right?
Because you're not a sociopathic, lack of
I'm
empathy
not
type of person.
embarrassed by that. You are all saying that I should be embarrassed and stuff. I'm not
Absolutely
embarrassed by that. And then you belittle it by saying, well, he's crying over just a TV show. Well, you see, that's the difference. But see,
A
that's
TV
the
show that
difference.
saved your life, I believe.
Yeah, but that's the fundamental difference between
Come on.
us and you fans, right? You don't get emotionally attached to these things. We did. We grew up with these for a very, very long time. That's why you won't get it. Maybe if some of you stick around and after 20 years, maybe when you are in it for the long haul, you will then understand where we came from. And maybe some of you might apologize for your actions during this era. I doubt it very highly, but that's what that's what it is. You belittle. I'm not ashamed of that. I wasn't the only one that was upset that night. It just came out on the stream. And
How about 40 plus years for me?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Alpha's watching it a long time. You mean to tell me that he's not emotionally attached to Doctor Who, emotionally attached to the Doctor, the stories and all of this.
42 years.
Lee is the same, mostly attached. Even Daniel would be around when the RTD era, wasn't it? Daniel, RTD era.
Yeah.
His appreciation and love for classic Who was there. But he gets it. He got emotional. He hasn't come back. He hasn't watched the show.
I got bashed for dressing up as the seventh Doctor at school for my love for this show. Right, that's how committed I was, and still am. Yeah. So I'm willing to take your fucking nonsense.
So I don't,
because it doesn't physically hurt me. Like I got beaten up for it at school.
Yeah.
You don't have that power over me.
Ted. Come here, Ted. Get away from the window now. When you see other dogs, you start barking. When you start barking, then you get upset. Right? Hold on. You're not due down yet. You're not to go down for another 15 minutes. You can wait.
Are there foxes out there again?
Probably, yeah. I'll have to bring him over to the church now. The church have a grassy patch there. Or bring over the doggy bags and let him do his business on the grass there. That's where everybody brings the dog. Even the parish priest brings his dog there as well. It's gas. We all bring the dogs to the same location to have a poo and a pee. But just getting back to it, that's the thing. These fans will never ever have that emotional attachment unless they stay in for the long haul, and they just don't get it. And you know what, Manip Gill was the same. She put up a tweet that she later took down. But at the time, we were getting them screens. We were getting screenshots of all of that. I don't bother with all of that nonsense anymore, to be honest with you. When it comes to, I mean, Manique Gill in Doctor Who is irrelevant anyway, because she's been, her character has just been so poorly written. She'll be forgotten. So, you know, but she used to come out with stuff. But she actually made a tweet about imagine fans. I don't get fans that cry at TV shows and movies. And I was like, well, that's what I mean. That's you panda. That's why they all are the same. You know, they repeat the same message. Just because you don't get it, love, doesn't mean that you should basically, you know. And she put a laughing emoji, so she was taking the piss. You don't have to take the piss just because you don't get something. Doesn't mean.
Yeah, there's a word for that. It's usually a sociopath or psychopath, because if you lack that amount of empathy, I'm sorry, there's something not right with you. I think it's, you know, I mean, if these are the sort of people who probably go and watch Bambi and laugh when, you know, Bambi's mummy dies.
Exactly. Look, I will say it. I am not ashamed by that. Actually, that was probably the moment where everybody saw the true, not true now, because I've always been truthful, but you saw a side of me that I'd probably keep private normally. You know, I don't normally, like, I am a wear me heart on my sleeve sort of guy, and I can get emotional, but not as emotional as I got that night. That tore me to shreds. Daniel was literally, as he is now, with his hand on his mouth, but he was devastated. He was speechless. Gary was on his stream, speechless. Everybody was speechless, but we had one thing in common that yous will never have, is that we were emotionally attached to this. This meant something to us. To watch the destruction of our show, the canon of our show, meant something to us. And if you still don't get that, well, then you know what, we're actually sick of trying to, you know, explain these things to you. Well, we don't have to justify ourselves to you how we react emotionally over things or what we say. At the end of the day, right, this era is going to come to an end, and you guys are going to become irrelevant to us after that.
You know
right
what?
now,
I like years ago when I was just a kid, I used to laugh at my mother, like crying at TV shows and stuff. And now I find myself certain things like WandaVision and the end of Mandalorian season 2 and different things. I'm tearing up.
Yeah,
at different
you do.
stuff.
You do, because they've had an impact on your life, Alpha. That's the thing. They've all had an impact on your life in a positive way. For me, as I said, Lee said it. Doctor Who saved my life. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you guys now if it wasn't for that show, right? Now, okay, it mightn't be as dramatic for other people, but yeah, Doctor Who has had a positive impact on everybody here. We've all came together. I'm talking to people from America. I'm talking to people from Canada. I even talk to people from Australia, Great Britain, or the UK, whatever, which one you guys prefer. People from Scotland, you know, even Welsh people, you know, even though sometimes they're hard to understand, but I've watched a lot of Welsh movies. So
now you're going to get called Welshist.
Oh, God, for God's sake, it's a common joke in Ireland. They slag us for our accent as well. Get away.
Well, it's interesting because I think historically the Irish and the Welsh have never really seen eye to eye. I mean, it makes a strange amount. My great grandparents were Welsh and Irish, and they were like, it was like fire and water, you know, steam, not in a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a different type of mentality. I think culturally, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, well, we in the rugby now. Actually, that explains a lot now. Obviously, I watched the rugby. I'm an Irish rugby fan. By the way, that's an all-Irish team playing under the one banner. So even the 6 counties, there's players. in this team, along with players from the Republic, and they play under one banner. But that's why the English and Wales, the Irish and Wales matches are always feisty affairs on the pitch. Like you think it'd be the English and Irish games, and yes, they're emotionally charged games, you know, because we always want to get one over the Brits when we play it in any sport. I mean, a few years back, there was a big deal when we beat our cricket team. The Irish cricket team beat the English cricket team. And at the time, you were world number one and you had beaten all the best cricket teams in the world. Then he's come to Ireland and we beat you, like, and he's played like a good team. Like, he didn't play as a shit team. Like, but all over Ireland for the past week, like, there was Irish flags everywhere. Everybody was celebrating that. Everybody became a cricket fan after that. Like, you know, we just have to beat you. You know, we even have songs growing up. Who put the ball in the English net? Do that. We used to sing songs like that and all. Like when we beat us in the Euros and all. When we scored that famous goal against us.
Careful, they're going to call you Englishist. Oh no, they won't ever do that. Wait, hold on a
minute. Listen. There's nothing wrong with a bit of competitive sport to bring out the animalistic Irish features that we have. Same with the English. Man, listen for a minute, right? If there's any people out there thinking that, right, that English people don't get hyped up just as much as Irish people do, they bloody do. When they come over here, they want to beat us just as much as we want to beat them, and that's what makes the games so competitive, right? So, like, you know, the people might love each other, but we love to beat each other in sport. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, even in the Eurovision, we used to beat you quite a lot as well, and you used to be pissed off about that. So, like, get over it. You know,
if it is Scottish, it's crap.
Scottish, I don't think the Scottish even have an entry into the Eurovision. I think they go under one, the UK, don't just. Yeah. They. So the people in London just decided for the Scots.
Yeah, but just in general.
We're just gonna pick the singer because
we had a Canadian thing for Britain once, you know, like so why not? I mean, you know, the French even had a Canadian doing it, didn't they?
Right,
Celine Dion.
Listen, I think we had someone from Norway or something, but she had Irish heritage. Singing for us.
Well, it's all Viking, isn't it?
Necessarily have to come from the country. I mean, you could choose whatever singer you want, but I think the Eurovision works better when you pick your singer from your own individual country. That way, you're highlighting the culture of that country. See, that's what I think modern Eurovision. And we spoke about this before. I don't want to get into it because I have to bring him down now in 10 minutes. But I just want to say that the reason why I like old Eurovision was, it's naff. And it is naff. The Eurovision is naff. But the reason why I liked it growing up was that every country that put a singer forward was from that country, and we got exposed to that country's culture, right? Nobody probably heard an Irish singer singing Irish before the Eurovision, right? Before that, it was only contained in Ireland. You'd hear a lot of people that still hold on to the Irish language singing old, ancient Celtic songs, right? The rest of Europe would never have been exposed to that if it hadn't been for the Eurovision. It's the same with all the other countries when they put forward. That's the one thing that this Eurovision, actually, the modern Eurovision, is missing. Because now you can pick a singer if they're from a different country, but they have some Irish heritage somewhere or something. Now, I don't know how it works, but you can pick one. But I think you should highlight your culture. So if you're Irish, right, I think you should sing an Irish song, and I think you should sing it in the native Irish tongue. I think, you know, we won the Eurovision so many times. Like, I mean, we should be able to win it again, but you can clearly see that there's a real anti-Irish set. Do you know why I think it is?
Go on.
I think it all stems back to the bailout, when we got bailed out and a couple of countries in trouble because of our banks and stuff. And I'm serious. I don't think we've ever recovered from that. And I don't think a lot of Europeans, well, they don't like being called Europeans, but I'll just save time because I don't want to mention every country. But a lot of those people were angry with Ireland. So I think every time, even though we sent over a popular singer who had won it before, Niamh Kavanagh, I mean, she didn't even get anywhere near the final, I don't think. I don't think she even made the final. We don't even get past the semi-final stage. And then if we do get past the semi-final stage and we get to the final, we're always finishing where the Brits used to finish. Bottom.
So, let's all be the tactical voting.
There's a lot of that going on now, yeah. Because, there's literally countries that want to, someone said it here the other night, like some countries will just vote for each other because they don't want to start a war. Like Ukraine and Russia, right? That the Ukraine will always give Russia their maximum points. And it's not always the case with Russia, but Russia will give them high points. But there's always there's block voting definitely going on, but it's worse than ever now.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, they had to bring to split the vote from the audience vote. So 50% is the audience vote, and 50% are the judges' votes.
Yeah, which is.
But even the judges, have their own biases anyway. So it's still a nonsense.
No, you should scrap it all, right? What you should do is you should do what they do in the X Factor, right? Have your semi-final, right? And when the singers get through, we know the final lineup, right? What you do is you don't, right, this is the current format. You do the semi-final on a Tuesday and a Thursday. And then that Saturday then is the main show. What I propose is that you have the semi-finals on the Tuesday and the Thursday as you've always done. But instead of having the show on that Saturday, you have it a Saturday later. That way then, people around the world, instead of having the 12-point format that we had, right? What you do is you just get people to phone in what their favorite song was, right? And millions of people will phone in. Then they can come up with a percentage of who's won it. And then when the main show starts, the vote is still on, right? And then when all singers have finished singing, you stop the vote, you count the votes up, and then you announce who's fucking won it. Instead of this, well, it's 12 points for Ireland, but the rest of the nations are just going to give Ireland 1 point. 1 point. We don't even get anywhere anymore. Pissed off. Maybe I should represent Ireland in the Eurovision. Yeah, maybe I should represent them. Well, I mean, they sent a bleeding turkey over, a puppet turkey on a shopping trolley, and they did send Jedward over as well, the twats.
Yeah,
so,
thanks for that. Yeah,
if they could do it like, I mean, my hair is long enough to put it up like Jedward. Maybe I should do that. Put it up like Jedward and go in and
you don't want to be doing that. No. I mean, that's so relevant. It's unbelievable. It's funny watching them try and do politics on Twitter.
I know.
It's just so funny.
I know.
So
I mean, what the little twats don't realise is, listen, Churchill and what the British government has done to this country is like, as an Irish person, it is unforgivable. It's not the people's fault, obviously, but the establishment. It's an unforgivable act. 800 years.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for Churchill, they'd be speaking German under actual.
No matter his flaws and no matter what he's done, and yes, it is widely known that he was racist. Nobody's denying that.
Most people were in those days. I'm sorry, but you just need to get over that fact.
Yeah,
we've come a long way. We aren't living in the past.
Exactly, but he did fight the biggest racists of all and beat them. And even me as an Irish person, I can actually say that. He did.
You can't keep looking at the past using a modern lens. You just can't keep doing that. But eventually you're just going to cancel the entirety of history if you're going to carry on doing that. Maybe that's what they're trying to do.
Could you imagine Irish German people if Hitler had actually won the leave? Could you imagine? That'd be worse. Like, we're already bleeding off our heads already. Could you imagine? with a bit of German in us now, we're lucky. We're lucky that there was men like Churchill. Yes, they were flawed human beings. Of course they were.
Yeah, all these virtue signaling little twats with their green hair. Wait. with their green hair to one side, shaved down one side, going, punch Nazis, punch Nazis. Yeah, Churchill punched more Nazis than you'll ever believe in your
Well,
life.
here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. The thing about it is that we have learned from the past, because there hasn't been another world war. You know, we haven't had the atrocities that we've had. Yes, I'm not saying that there aren't wars out there and there aren't things that are still happening. Of course there is. There's always going to be problems like that. But to say that we haven't learned from the past, we have. We've come a long way. Do we still have got more to learn? Do we still have more to do? Of course we do. Society isn't perfect. Nobody said it is. But you guys kicking and screaming and shoving everything down their throats is not going to get the job done any bloody faster. Yeah? So you all need to take a chill pill, enjoy your lives, yeah? And society will, and civilization, we will sort ourselves out. We will. I do believe that the human race is not that stupid and we can actually achieve great things. I've always said that. And I do believe that. And I do believe that we can go far. Right? But we're still on this journey. You know, we're gonna all pass away. Even you idiots are gonna pass away, and there's gonna be a generation, and then the next generation after that.
If these kids actually met a real Yahtzee or a real white spirit, they would shit themselves. They wouldn't be going around calling people that on Twitter. If they actually came across one of the real fucking people that you know, and rightly call them out, they would shit themselves, because these people don't hide it. They are proud of it. They are proud of it.
Yeah, the Nazi term is thrown around way too frivolously.
Crazy.
They don't understand what it really means.
Exactly. And you know, half these people don't even know what the atrocities of the Second World War were.
Of course they don't. They haven't got a clue. Yeah. I mean, look at that video that was released by that professor, where these kids didn't even know who bloody Hitler was.
I know.
And they thought that they thought Pearl Harbor was a bridge. He asked them what Pearl Harbor was. He thought Pearl Harbor was a bridge. This is
and they thought some right-wing commentator on YouTube was a Yahtzee, but didn't know who Hitler was. You know, that's the thing.
So
crazy.
I mean, they're stupid. But listen, we're gone over 3 hours, and I think that does be enough time for a Tardis on Talks, even though it was a Tardis on Talks panel special. I want to thank Charlotte, who was on earlier, and Babette, absolutely fantastic as usual. And don't be a stranger, as I said, mate. Every Friday we do this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you all to do the usual before we head off, which is give you our shout outs. So I think we will start with the main man of the moment, which he is the main man of the moment, which is Lee. Obviously, the song has done some crazy.
It's been mental. Yeah.
So, first of all, would you like to give people, if you have a handy there, an update on where it's charting now?
Well, it's crashed out the charts. I think the Zack Snyder stream pretty much put pay to most of it. Fair enough. But, I mean, we did well. We did well. We got up to like 60, 71
Actually,
or something.
Yeah, I do want to address that before we do go. I will get you to say what you're going to say, but I just want to actually address that whole Zack Snyder stuff. So I did see the video. So I watched the video a couple of times with Zack Snyder on with the panel and Geeks and Gamers, right? So I saw it. Now, what struck me about it is right. Do you remember when I did my Justice League stream on the Irish Geek? I said that Zack Snyder would basically pull something. Remember? I said he's using the fandom menace right now. I said that on that stream 2 days ago or 3 days ago, whenever we did that. I actually said that in the stream. Right, but listen, I could see it from 2 points of view, right? I could see it from Zack Snyder's point of view, but I can also see it from the Fandom Menace's point of view. Now, this is what I'll say about Zack Snyder. If Warner Brothers gave you a mandate to basically disassociate yourself with these lads, well, then this is what you should have actually done. You should have went to them privately and said that Warner Brothers were putting pressure on you and not turned up on the stream and got geeks in and did it the proper way and spoke to the lads and say, listen, I apologize, but you know how it is, blah, 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 blah. That's all you had to do, right? Now, from the Geeks and Gamers side of it, I could see that they're very hurt because it was very public, and it did look like a public humiliation, but it wasn't, right? I haven't said much on it. It wasn't, right? Now, I will say one thing. I did think that when this happened that they'd all turn on the new movie. But it turns out that Jeremy Dooncock and others have been encouraging people to still watch this movie because it was for the fans and that's what they fought for. And I have to say one thing, that is very big of them to do that. Because if that had been me in that situation, I probably would have went all guns blazing and went after Zack Snyder. Because in my opinion, that was a shitty thing for him to do. Now, on the movie, right, I'm just going to say this, right?
So what do you think?
I will be covering it on the Irish Geek this week. I actually plan to try.
Well, I watched it the other night as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this to you, right? Wow. The 4 hours, it doesn't matter. He could have gave us a 7-hour movie and I would have sat there and watched it. Did it have its problems? Yes, there was a few issues I had with it. I will say that there's one character I didn't like in it straight off the bat. I said it on Twitter. I'll tell you now, I still don't like the Flash. I'm sorry. No. I know some of you say he was great with the comic relief and all, and yes, that is true.
It fell flat. It fell flat. It was cringe.
I just don't like him. But as for the rest of them, look, the backstories. Ray Fisher was screwed, by the way, by Joss Whedon. I just want to put that out there straight away.
I think he did all right. I think it was a bit annoying at first, but I think the character grew on me as it went along. I thought it was a really good character. That was the whole point. But that was the whole point because, you know, it was this wrong kid. He was a bit of a rat. He was supposed to be like that. But you could see that there was real. One thing I'll say about this movie, it does character develop all the characters. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and say it didn't drag in parts because for me it certainly did. But overall, would I take this over? I said to me it had to be better than what we'd gotten before, and I was worried about the hype. The hype was justified, by the way. I'm just going to say it out straight. This movie was wow, even though it has some issues. It still had wow. I'm going to say it now. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. I am absolutely 100% behind that hashtag. And even though he's done a shitty thing, which he has done a shitty thing, the fans cannot say by the end of that movie, and when they see the end, which we won't spoil, that didn't leave you wanting more. Because I'm being honest, I wanted more. Now, I think Zack Snyder could do the right thing here and come out publicly now, because it's too late to do it privately. Come out publicly and clarify his comments. 100%. That's exactly my point of view.
Now, the reason why I say that is because obviously there was a horrific incident that happened where Asian Americans were targeted. And when he came on, he did get emotional by the end of the video. But I'm not saying that he insinuated, and I don't think he meant to insinuate that Geeks and Gamers was a hate group, but it certainly did come across.
Well, can I tell you what my
I think he does need to clarify that as well, because Geeks and Gamers have raised over 100,000 for this suicide prevention charity. They did this charity stream, and for Zack Snyder to shit on them the way he did was bang out of it. He shouldn't have done it on the live stream.
I was there when it happened, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know, and the money was coming in like crazy, and then
I
it just
wouldn't even mind.
stopped.
Everybody on the stream, you could see their face. You could see their face, but they held it together. And I don't really give him. I just think he's a shouty guy. But what's his name? Handled it very well.
Ryan Canal, yeah.
Yeah, he handled it very well. To hear that from someone that you've been helping out, basically, and to hold it together like that, because, mate, I don't think I would have. I'm going to be out straight with you. This is the one time that I was hoping that you would actually come out and slap. I don't know, but you did the right thing. But for me, I would here, you're slamming me publicly.
Yeah. I think because I'm modding for Friday Night Tights on the right side of my screen, and it was going crazy, and a lot of people were saying over and over again that they felt betrayed.
They were betrayed.
They were basically vilified, and no one stood up for them. I think it's a very difficult line to tread, because obviously you've got someone like that on, you're raising money for their charity, and if you say anything, it will be taken out of context immediately and pounced upon by the press.
Hold on.
What did he say?
Zack Schneider knew when Zack Schneider made the decision to start going onto these fans' streams, right? He would have been told by Warner Brothers of certain streams.
I think they told him. I think they told him last minute. I think they told him last minute in order to embarrass both him and the Fandom Menace. I think that was done deliberately. I think it was a dick move by Hollywood.
I know you are.
What did he say?
Right now, but
hold on. Alpha doesn't know what it was about.
Right,
he came on the stream, and the first thing he said was
before we get started.
He said, I am not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers in any way. Just want to make that absolutely clear, in any way whatsoever. Very certain. And then he went on to say that after the events that happened in America with the shootings of those Asian people, that he has 2 half Asian daughters, and can everyone say no to hate kind of thing. So it's kind of imply well, I mean, I don't know if it was intended to imply, but it certainly came across.
I said. I want to make
it came across. It came across. First impression
that way. But I will say to the fan.
Wait. No. I will say that first impressions count, and the way that he said it, he may have clumsily said it, but the way it came out sounded like that he was equating Geeks and Gamers with being a hate group that wanted Asians dead. I mean, it kind of came across like that.
And that's why I think that's why I think he needs to clarify.
Yes, I said that right there, and then
I don't think he actually meant that. I think I do agree with you.
That charity would have gained probably twice as much money if he did just not said that.
Yeah, but I would say to people though, just because he pulled that stunt, the charity shouldn't.
Of course it should
suffer because of one man's actions. No. Right now. Is it just one man's actions, though? That is the question that everybody be asking. Listen, I will be talking about this on the Irish Geek in more detail, and I'm going to bring on Lee because obviously he was there, and I will bring on Alpha as well. Daniel, I don't know if you're interested, but if you are, you're more than welcome to come on and have a heated debate about this, because this will be a hot topic. But all I want to say to the Fandom Menace is this. Listen, you have been vilified for the last few years. He's done something wonderful these last few weeks, and then someone has come along and shit all over you. You have really made every fan out there proud of what you have done. And I see Gina Carano, and I will acknowledge this. Gina Carano was straight away retweeted Geeks and Gamers tweet and congratulated them. That is classy, I have to say that. She's look, I'm not saying she's never been classy. She is classy. But, she knew shit. Look, I'm not getting into it. You know where I stand on the Gina Carano stuff. But that was classy of her, right? Yeah. But this is an attack on fandom now. right? This is blatant and plain and obvious now.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it happened, I said in the private chat with the mods that tomorrow, i.e. today, was going to be headlines, about, I mean, the extreme loonies on the left wing of the media press would stomp on this, and they did.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely called out, and rightly so.
Doesn't matter, right? The Phantom Menace
not.
is happening right now, and right now they're still encouraging fans to watch this movie. And I think that is that.
The only thing I really got from that movie was we need another Henry Cavill Superman movie.
Yeah.
That was my takeaway.
The
from
Phantom
it.
Menace did one thing. They get credit here. Phantom Menace rose above it, right? They got publicly. It was a public humiliation. There's no.
It was visceral.
There's no other way of putting it, right? It was a public.
It was disgusting. It was disgusting.
It should not have happened.
I mean,
when I hear that.
It needs clarification, because without the clarification, we don't know the intent behind it. But it was such a slap in the face. These people had raised tens of thousands of dollars for this guy's charity, and he didn't even say thank you.
Yeah,
and he came out and said that.
Yeah, but like the Phantom Menace, I'm going to say it out straight. This movie shouldn't suffer because of Zack Snyder.
You got to separate again. You got to separate the art from the artist.
And I have to be honest, though, this artist has created something remarkable. He really has. I really enjoyed this 4-hour extravaganza. As I said, in some parts it did drag. I'll go into a bit more detail. It did drag in some parts, but overall, the hype was real. There was some glorious moments in it. I mean, even the start of it is amazing. I mean,
and Cavill did
say nothing.
Superman going forward.
The start of it just blew me away. I was just captivated from the very.
The one thing I would say, the spoiler bit at the end. I think I didn't like the makeup or the digital effects on that character. I think it would have been better if they'd made him much more green.
Well, you never know, but don't say that. But I will say this, right? I will say this. He was very clever as well. He decided to kind of chop it up into chapters, sort of thing, parts. So you don't have to sit there and watch it 4 hours through if you don't want to. What I did is actually I got 4 parts in, and then I paused it for a few minutes.
How many chapters is there?
I think each part, new part kicks in every 23 to 25 minutes. I think it's a 25-minute each. But no, the movie is still one movie. It's just like he just decided to be clever and put kind of like chapters. Like there'd be a line it'd be like, it'd say part 2, and then underneath it there'd be writing, but then literally in the scene then it'd be that sentence. Like he was very clever the way he did it. But I want to say something about what's his name? Jared Leto, is it? Jared Leto. I never say his name right. But I'm going to say something here. I'm going to say something right here now. It will be a travesty, and I can't believe I'm saying this, because I voted him the worst Joker of all time, right?
He is.
He is no longer the worst Joker of all time. I'm sorry. People might disagree with me on that, but it would be a shame he does not get his own movie as that Joker that we got in Snyder Cut. I'll say nothing, but I thought it was a great performance. And apparently as well, it was a throwback to comics or something, that dialogue, and the way it was even presented was the comic people are saying was brilliant, but to me it was.
Was it from Kingdom Come?
Between him and when he talks about Harley Quinn, when Batman brings up Harley Quinn, you could just see his face, and it's just, he hands him the card as the truce. I won't say any more because it's not, you don't know what the context of the scene was, but he's literally just in. Oh, I shouldn't have really said that, but there you go. Spoiled it.
My main problem was the 4:3 ratio. It just seemed like quite a deliberate move to put it in the TV, old-fashioned TV format.
I didn't mind that though.
I know. Wait. I think it is a problem because I think it's so cynically employed.
Yeah.
They're gonna release it onto Blu-ray, etc., in widescreen, so people will now have to go and pay and watch it twice. In order.
4:3 is
I'm gonna go out and buy it anyway. It was.
I know, but
wanted. It was a fan wank. We got it, so enjoy it. Jesus.
But they put it in 4:3. What's the point of that?
Got blown off by the greatest comic book story that's ever been written.
69.
It's up there. It definitely beats the original Justice League. I would have
to but I mean, let's be fair. A fucking Sith advert would be better than the original Justice League.
No, but in fairness, I know I know what you're trying to say, but I'm not judging it at the level of that. I'm just going in with this with a clean slate. Like, I know a lot of people did watch Joss Whedon's cut of it before they went into this. I didn't want to remember that version. I went into this with a clean slate. This, to me, is how you do a comic book movie. This had everything. I mean, it even had blood splatter in it, which surprised me. I have to be honest. It was dark in parts. Remember, Zack Snyder's always said this was a lighter movie, right? No way was this lighter. It was light in some parts with the comic relief from you know who, right? But other than that, it was dark. I really enjoyed all the characters in this, even some that I'm not particularly know a lot about. But I mean, even Steppenwolf for me was, oh my god.
Yeah.
And that scene, and I just want to say it because I'm a Superman fan, as you know. But when Superman comes in, right? There's a scene where Superman comes in, right, and Steppenwolf is wielding his axe, and it just on Superman's shoulders, right? I was like a kid. Now I'm going to say one thing now, right? Henry deserves another Superman movie.
Every time he was on screen, he chewed the scenery. He absolutely chewed the scenery.
He did.
And Wonder Woman was brilliant as well. The scene at the start she was fantastic.
Wonder Woman was brilliant. That scene at the start was bleeding. Oh my god, Wonder Woman was brilliant. Even Aquaman, and I didn't like Aquaman, the original Justice League. Even Aquaman in this, Jason Momoa is one funny motherfucker, man. I'll tell you, there was some deadly little moments with him as well. He was brilliant. Ben Affleck as Batman. My opinions haven't changed on that. He's still a pretty good Batman, but as Bruce Wayne, he is shit as a Bruce Wayne. But as Batman, I do like what's his face as Alfred. I'll never get his name right. Jeremy Irons. He's brilliant as Alfred. I love the way he was real formal with Wonder Woman when he said "mom," and he was real posh to her. And when he was cute when she was trying to make the tea, and he was got no water first because you'll scald the tea bags or you scald the tea. And I was to make the tea for her.
And I commented on that because I was like, no, you're gonna put boiling hot water on it anyway. It's a complete nonsense.
I guess they gave Steppenwolf more justice in this one.
Yeah, he looked a lot better. The other one looked in the Joss Whedon one. I seen a side to side comparison, Alpha Omega, and it was basically the Joss Whedon one was more human looking. This one looked proper from a different world. This Steppenwolf. I even liked the suit and the way it would move. I just seriously, man, I just loved everything about this. Even when it did drag, it didn't distract because I knew something was coming up. Pacing is a little bit of an issue. I'm not going to lie, but overall, man, this is what every fan dreams of. It's not perfect. It was never going to be perfect. I mean, be stupid to think it was going to be perfect.
So this release is
This
just
is up there. When this comes out, I'm buying it. I'm buying a hard copy. I'm buying it. And I don't buy DVDs or Blu-rays anymore. But I'll go out and I will buy this. I want this movie when it's released. And it'll be in my collection proudly. But bring back the Snyderverse, restore it. I want to see the continuation of this story. I really do. I want to see what else happens with characters in the meantime until you come up with whatever you're going to do for the second Justice League movie. But you really need, and we did see a bit of the future or possible future, a multiverse. Brilliant. I'm telling you, man, look, this was everything that I wanted anyway. And I'm just glad he didn't disappoint. But I literally finished the movie, right? And I saw Zack Snyder and Geeks and Gamers were trending. And I said, oh shit, I missed the stream. And the first thing I clicked into was a video. And then I saw what he said. And then I looked at the comments and I was going, oh no, he's just at the ruining all the promotion now, all his hard work. Why would he go and do something like that? I have to say, I didn't say it because I was being shocked. That was a deliberate, not deliberate by him, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was pressure put on him.
Absolutely. I think
I'm going to
it's
say that out straight because he seems the type of man, he wears his heart on his sleeve, but he seems like, you know.
I think he's under a lot of pressure, but I think it was a dick move. It was an idiotic thing to do. I think I got the impression that it was unrehearsed, so I think it was something dumped on him last minute on purpose, and I think that he struggled to say what he wanted to say in the right way. A lot of people said he was conflating two different things at the same time, but I think it was just completely
clarify. That's why he needs to clarify, Lee.
He really does need to clarify that. I really believe
at the end of the day,
they raise so much money for his charity, and I think that can't. You can't just take all that money from people that was given in good faith and then dump that on them without proper clarification.
Gamers can hold their heads up high, and so can the Fandom Menace. These last few weeks and months, the charity stuff that has been going on has been absolutely amazing. I mightn't agree with everything that I've been hearing lately from certain parts of the Fandom Menace. That will always happen. We don't always agree. That's the amazing thing about the Fandom Menace, though, is that, you know, we can still have all these different opinions and get on. But the charity work and all of this other stuff, you know, they should be commended for. And not only that, they can hold their heads up high. I mean, this is whether I have to say I do believe there may have been something said to Zack Snyder. I don't think he conveyed what he wanted to actually convey properly, but it's still a
unfortunately, first impressions count. And they last long. First impressions count. And unfortunately, whether or not that's what his intent was, that's what most people took away from it.
I agree, but that's why I'm saying it's a dick move, because he should have done it instead of coming onto the live stream and doing it. They would have been all in the studio, I assume, before they came on.
Well, no, he came on later, you know. So he had a phone call with Uche first, and that went on for about half an hour. So I guess things might have been said behind stage whilst the stream was going on. But I really think Uche should have told him how to phrase it rather than let him just come on and say what he said the way he said it. I think it would have been much better to have said, well, prepare a proper statement.
Yeah.
Don't screw this up because, you know, that you've got all this money and goodwill coming in. So I think that I think that he screwed the pooch on that. I think Uche has received a lot of backlash for that, and he also received a lot of backlash for sort of defending Snyder above the fandom. It was perceived that way. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what he did, but a lot of people see it that way.
Look, they're just angry right now.
I think it's a lot of anger just right now.
They have every right to be, but this does goes to show how important it is for fans.
Well, fans have had it for so long in the neck now, right? They've been told that they're this, that, the other, Islamophobes for years now. And when you get someone like that coming on and you're showing them goodwill and you're showing them you're not this thing that you've been maligned to be, and then to be told out straight, or at least be perceiving that out straight that you're an Islamophobe by someone that you're giving hundreds of thousands of dollars, well, tens of thousands of dollars to.
Exactly.
It's not a good look by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I agree. It's sickening. It's sickening. But I will say this: after all of that, though, they are telling you to go and watch this movie, and I would agree. If you were planning on seeing it, but we're thinking I'm not going to watch it now because of what he said, I would tell you, no, go and watch this movie. This movie was for the fans. Fans fought for this movie. It would be disrespectful to them if we decided to turn our backs on this. It is a great movie. Listen,
it was a big win. It was a big win. It's just a shame that this has left a sour taste in their mouth.
Yeah, it was tainted. It was tainted by
forget the idiot, director. Forget all that.
Yeah.
Just remember how it came about because of the fans, and remember that the charity shouldn't be stained by the spokesman.
Exactly, and I will say maybe Zack Snyder will come out and clarify.
Well, I hope so.
And if he does, I think we should listen to what he has to say first, right? And then it'll be up to.
It was funny as well.
Whether he's talking corporate speaking through his.
It was funny as well because on that stream we had.
Well, it was a dick move. You don't do it on a stream.
No, but we had the guy did the voice of Darkseid also on the stream, and he went off the stream and was reading what was being said in the chat, and he came on about 30 minutes later or 20 minutes later or something like that, and he said some really nice, very wise things, and he was very he injected a new energy into that very, very bad atmosphere, and he was absolutely brilliant. And it just struck me how bizarre it was that Darkseid, the villain from the Justice League, was the hero of the stream. He was brilliant. Ray, what a guy.
Brilliant. Look, at the end of the day, Geeks and Gamers, well done. You did all fandoms proud with all the work that you have done. Not only did you highlight a wonderful charity, you also highlighted an issue which is affecting a lot of people, and you need to be actually commended for that. That's another thing that I think a lot of people in this whole nonsense have actually forgotten is with the ones that are reporting on it, is that it was on a charity stream. This was a charity stream. This was a charity to raise awareness of suicide and the prevention of suicide, to give money to a charity to help prevent other people from going through this. Because, in the situation that we're in right now, it is very easy for people to slip into depression mode. It can happen, right? But there has to be supports out there, and sometimes they're underfunded, and that's where this charity came from. I just can't believe. Listen, if your pressure is put on you, which I do believe may have happened, that still doesn't excuse what he said, and he should clarify, because like Lee. Maybe it's not what he intentionally meant to say, but that's how, Lee has rightly pointed out, first impressions are always the worst ones because they're the ones that people always remember. Yeah. He should have done it off stream, in my opinion. If there was an issue, say to the
I think he should have had a prepared statement. Again, I would reiterate I'm not saying this is the truth. I'm just saying that to me, it appears that this was dumped on him last minute. Those guys, they're the white supremacists and all this kind of nonsense. So he would have panicked, and I think he came out saying something in a sort of very panicked, non-coherent way.
And he was emotional as well.
And I think that was on purpose. I think that someone from Warner Brothers or whatever decided to screw the pooch for this, and so they could put him in his place and put the Fandom Menace in their place and Geeks and Gamers in their place by making this kind of headline, because I think a lot of people didn't want this film to be made. So I think there's a lot of skullduggery behind the scenes that made that situation happen. I think.
Right, Alpha Omega gave us another donation because we have gone this long. Just a donation for going this long, $10 super chat. But we are going to have to leave it at there because, as you know, I'm on donkey duty and he's over like half an hour over. So I actually feel bad. He's lying here beside me. So what I'll do is I'll get you to give you a shout out. So we were starting with you, Lee, until we got into a whole different conversation. But do you want to just tell people where they can find you and where they can get your song and stuff?
Yeah, you can find me on the Twitch chats at Being Problem. You've got my alternative channel with my work on it with Audred Audiovisual. That's AUDRED. And you can find my single on iTunes, Amazon. All over the place, Deezer, Spotify, you name it, all like hundreds of legit streaming sites. I'll put the link in the chat. It's the Heel versus Babyface versus Problem Being song, Meltdown Ocean Man. It charted at I think the highest it got to was number 71 in the charts, in the iTunes charts, which is mental.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can get that for 79p or 99 cents, whatever it is, and 75% of the profits will go to the charity, the American I can't remember what it is, the ASFP or AFSP, Prevention of Suicide charity that Zack Snyder set up. So yeah, please do that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, and again, just because Zack Snyder said what he said, don't let that.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, boy, Lee's single because
you're still helping people.
Yeah, exactly. You're still helping people out there. So Alpha Omega.
Yeah, like Lee just said, support him and what he said, and support. You're already here, Tardis and Irish Geek if you like a lot of gamer stuff, and support Daniel. And I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Subscribe to Daniel's channel.
Well, that's why I left them to last, because you have to leave legends to last. So, legend from Scarrow, go ahead and tell everybody where they can find you. And if you have something coming up on your channel, please let everybody know. Go ahead, legend.
Right, well, on Tuesday, Ian Shaw will have another sit down on participation stream instead of to further this time, and my stream with obviously a problem a stream with problem. Ian has become the second most viewed stream on my channel. I think it's up to 178 views if I'm correct.
Right.
That's a real big achievement considering considering I've got 164 subscribers.
Nice.
So subscribe to my subscribe to my channel. It's just the name appears in the chat just now, which is my name. I'll eventually get round to I'll eventually get round to coming up with a if I put up name for the channel, but for right now, it's my name and chat. You can also follow me at Celtic Daniel and Celtic Daniel and T2 and on on I with a post stuff about with a post stuff about sci-fi shows and a bit of football occasionally as well. So if you can't get enough of me, follow me over there and uh, Tardis well. So yeah, that's me for tonight.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. And yeah, don't forget to subscribe to his channel. 173 views, you say?
178.
Right. Well, when you bring me on, I'll beat that, no problem. So don't worry. Yeah, Lee might have the. What did you say? It's the second most viewed video. Well,
Yeah.
Second most viewed from his first video, by the way, like his introductory video. So just saying.
All right. I'm with that. No, listen. No, seriously, congratulations, man, because it is great when you get a video that's viewed more than the people that you have subscribed on your channel. You're like, brilliant. But yeah, well, please do, if you have viewed his video and didn't subscribe, please do subscribe. Give him a sub there. He puts out some great content, and as I said, he brings on some guests and he's doing other stuff. But I'll be on at some stage as well when we organise it, and we'll be streaming on Daniel's channel. And we have agreed to keep it to positive Doctor Who stuff, because I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into all the negative stuff. We deal with all of that on this channel. When I go on other people's streams, I want to keep it positive. So, yeah, we'll talk some classic and new Who or whatever. Whatever the host wants to do, actually, it's his channel. So, but it'll be interesting. All right. So, subscribe. Anybody else want to add that before we go? Because I seriously have to go. What you call it? Ted is like literally gonna like burst open his bladder.
Yeah, I have tissue as well.
No problem.
So soon as you end this stream, I'm gonna have to bounce as soon as you end.
Right. Well, I'm gonna end the stream right now. I just want to say thank you to everybody for the super chats. Alpha Omega as well. Absolutely fantastic, pal. I really appreciate the support. I might see you later for a gaming stream. Yeah, I will be gaming tonight. What am I talking about? Of course I will. Join me for a bit. Yeah, we got into the Champions League anyway, lads. So we're in the Champions League. Yeah, but I'm in a group with Liverpool and York. I don't think it's going to be good.
Oh, Jesus Christ, no.
I know, yeah.
Again.
By the way, Celtic didn't make it through. They lost to Rosenborg. Yeah, someone. No, you didn't. You lost to a Russian team.
Come on, Lee.
Oh my God, not even. You fucking
No, he's got close though. He's got to the second qualifying round. Better than what you are doing in real life. Come on.
Oh yeah.
It's fun. Come on, Lee.
Yeah, it's tough because obviously Lee doesn't like football. So come and join me for that. But then I do some UFC streams as well because I've re-downloaded that game. So if you want to see me kick the crap out of something, I might do a few of them on the Irish Geek. And as I said, we will be having a panel on the Justice League. I'm just assuming it will consist of Lee and Alpha Omega because they've seen the movie. If you have seen the movie, you're more than welcome to come onto the panel on the Irish Geek and discuss what you thought of the movie. But I'm doing a panel on that, and then I'm gonna start watching Superman and Lois this weekend, so I can start throwing out the reviews because I need to get my ass back into gear now. I needed to just take one night off. I think some of you will understand, especially after the last couple of days. It's just I just needed one day to myself to be like, no. Well, I am now, but you know what I mean. Just one day where I'm just like chilling, and, yeah. I just wanted to be with the wife and the dog, like, so, and then I did a bit of streaming as well, gaming, I should say, and that cheered me up. I wasn't as annoyed last night as I was a couple of nights back, but we won't get into that. But EA, get your act together. And with that, I just want to thank all my moderators.
EA Sports.
I know Friday Night Tight started a while back, which is all hung around. So I just want to say thank you to the 14 people that still have managed to stick around. I really do appreciate the support. Thanks to me moderators for keeping the chat safe for everybody and throwing up those links as well. And I want to thank all my panelists that come on tonight, including Babette and Charlotte, Lee, Alpha Omega, and the legend that is Scottish Davros International.
Legend, yeah.
Don't you forget that international, right? But that's it. We have a very diverse panel on here. But it's it's crazy, all these allegations when it's clear to see the evidence is there. But right, good night, me Scottish friend. Good night, me American friend. Good night, me English friend. And
British.
And what?
British.
Whatever.
British, Hungarian, Jewish, Italian, Irish, Welsh.
Right, yeah, you've got loads of different blood in you. Well done, mate. Well done. So do I.
It's all my own doing, of course.
Right, but there you go. Look, we might as well end on a nice, happy note. So, that was a nice, happy note to leave it on. So I'm going to shut up now. Good night, folks. Here's the trailer. Intro.
Don't forget to join us tomorrow for Classic Who. Yeah. Woo!
Yeah, Classic Who and then New Who Sunday.
8 episodes. Woo!
I won't be
The
there.
invasion. Woo!
Yeah. Thanks to Lee. We're going to be all suffering a slow and painful death tomorrow. But there you go. That's the joys of being the host on this channel and having me friends around.
At least it's a Cyberman story.
That's it. Right, we're off. Here's the trailer. Bye. Watches. Have a great weekend, folks. Stay safe and all of that. And hopefully we'll be able to party soon.